Good morning. I call to order the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 4th, 2017 at 9 a.m. We will begin this morning with the flag salute led by Supervisor Holmes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Supervisor Holmes. I did want to just make a brief announcement before we get started. We are apparently having problems with our video feed in Tahoe. Hello, in Tahoe. We can see you, but I understand that you guys cannot see us, but you can hear us. Can someone wave if you can hear us? Fabulous. I'm waving back, though you can't see me. Okay, terrific. For those of you who just think I'm completely insane, we have a video feed with Tahoe, and it's not. I know, Kirk, but I'm just going to keep saying it, Kirk, until you stop disagreeing with me. All right, thank you very much. At this time, we will move to our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the county executive department. All items will be approved on a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address the consent items prior to the board taking action, and that item may be moved for discussion. I understand that agenda item 16A, there is a desire to move that, a request from the City of Rockland. Anything from any member of my board? Seeing none. Anything from anyone in Tahoe on the consent agenda that you would like pulled for discussion? All right, seeing none. Let's take the balance of the consent agenda first, please. This is a roll call.
Duran?
Yes.
Weigand?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler?
Aye.
Montgomery?
Yes. All right, we'll move now to consent agenda item 16A. We have a request from the City of Rockland to discuss. Please come forward.
Yes. My name is Laura Webster. I'm the Director of Office of Long Range Planning for the City of Rockland. It's not our practice or preference to request items be pulled on your consent agenda, so I apologize for that. However, the project and its analysis is of high importance to both our agencies and others in the region. I'm providing a formal letter which you received today from our City Manager for your consideration. My comments are a summary of request highlighting the letter, but I will make my comments brief. On December 15th of 2016, the city commented on the notice of preparation for the project, and we specifically requested that the traffic consultant or staff contact the city to discuss the scope of the traffic analysis in more detail. Our desire for ongoing engagement and notification was most recently expressed in a joint meeting between the cities of Rockland, Roseville, Lincoln, and Placer County on January 23rd of this year, where we believed commitments were made by county staff to improve coordination and engage all of the cities for their input well in advance of any future public meetings and critical decision points. Rockland and all of the cities in attendance specifically requested to receive copies of the scope of work for the technical studies, most notably traffic, well in advance of the finalization of the scopes. To our surprise and disappointment, we received copies of the original scope of work for the traffic and other technical studies, along with the proposed revised scope of work, 44 pages in total, on March 27th of this year, with a note from county staff stating that these items would be going to the board for approval 6 business days later on April 4th. The board's packet in its final form likely published a day or two after we received the email. City staff has reviewed the material and is requesting that 5 additional intersections in Rockland be added to the scope of work. These include 3 on Wildcat Boulevard and 2 on University Avenue. These intersections are considered critical as the Whitney interchange serves as the main connection point from Highway 65 to Placer Parkway, which is the entrance to the project you're considering moving forward with. In light of the failure of Measure M, traffic seeking to utilize parallel routes on the congested highway is likely to divert to these corridors in Rockland. It's our intent to be proactive and assist the project by making our requests in a timely manner at the beginning of the environmental review process rather than later, once it's begun. Therefore, we ask that you direct county staff and the consultants to include these items in the scope of work at this time. Again, we apologize for the last-minute nature of the request, but actually the last minute was what we were given. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure county staff will be in touch. Any other comments from any member of the board? All right. Supervisor Holmes? Oh, yes.
No,
Michelle.
came up. Certainly, we received the additional intersections last night. We took a look at them along with our traffic consultant, Fair and Peers. In the scope of work, 3 of the 5 are confirmed to be in there. We're taking a look at the other 2 intersections to determine, working with Fair and Peers and the city staff to make sure that they're included within there. All other comments related to traffic, in particular from the jurisdictions, including the city of Rockland, Lincoln, and Roseville. We've gone through them extensively with our traffic consultant and feel pretty confident we can address all concerns.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle, would you mind firing us off an email when that's resolved, one way or the other? Could you just keep us updated as to how that works out?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And Michelle, if I understood your comments, 3 of the 5 that were mentioned are already in the study?
3 of the 5 are confirmed to be already within the scope of work. We're looking at the other 2 intersections with our consultant, Fair and Peers. I've been communicating with them this morning back and forth on them, and they'll circle back with us. They also work with the city of Rockland as well, so we'll make sure we loop back on all those items.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Michelle. I just want to make sure that the city of Rockland gets information in a timely manner for these items.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
It is our intent, though, to address all comments that we received on the traffic from the jurisdictions, in particular from the NOP.
Okay, thank you.
Jack?
Yeah, and I'll just add that this communication goes both ways with the city of Rockland. So I just want to put the city of Rockland on notice that we may be showing up to the city of Rockland's meeting if we have issues as well. So.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, what's the pleasure of the board on 16A? All right. Do we need to do a roll call on this, or can we do a voice vote since there is only one item?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, it'll be a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. Now is the time for public comment. Any person may address the board on items not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. We welcome our friend Alex Morlatos from Lake Tahoe today. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Alex Morlatos. I am an owner and the general manager of the Morlatos Lakeshore Resort in Tahoe Vista. I'm in front of you today because I'm on my way to Sacramento for Stop Lawsuit Abuse Day, which is my intention and has been my intention to represent the small businesses in your communities that have been affected by the serial lawsuits that have been brought upon us by a serial ADA law firm. They hit Tahoe Vista in 2014. They hit 5 businesses just in our little town of Tahoe Vista in a row, including our next door neighbor who's in a wheelchair. And given current ADA law, you're guilty as long as you're in violation. And as small business owners, we really don't have a lot of knowledge on the changes in ADA compliance. And yet we are, the way these law firms work it, subject to discrimination, and therefore are not given an opportunity to cure, and therefore have to pay law fees and penalties, and there's no way out. And if you fight, it just gets more costly, and they get legal fees. So we are making change happen, and I just wanted you to know this is my public service day. But if you will indulge me also, as a result, I'm not going to be able to be here during the housing element implementation discussion, and I just wanted to spend a minute and provide the board some input. Representing our family, if you all don't remember, in 2002, we brought forward an affordable housing project to this county, working with the redevelopment agency. Over 7 years, we proposed to implement 141 units of affordable housing that after 7 years, and a draft EIR that's still on the shelf and potentially valuable, we failed to get approval, even after we had scaled back to a 80-unit configuration that consisted of moderate for sale as well as tax credit funded affordable housing units. We were seeking to take advantage of TRPA's TAU bonuses and many of the, of course, RDA dollars to the tune of $350,000 just in the entitlement effort were invested, but we failed. And so I'm here especially applauding the work that staff is about to present to you, the continuity in this plan, and a commitment and a plea that you develop a new generation of investors like our family who are willing to commit land for the purpose of building affordable housing. Any project that we contemplate bringing forward to this board would need many of the incentives and investments, and also the high degree of collaboration that's required to achieve these workforce housing goals. And I believe, and if I could comment on TOT, well, and excuse me.
You have a few more moments. Thank you.
For example, the recommendation to establish the Housing Council with all these partners is critical as a next step. But I will say my vision, having been part of the Workforce Housing Association of Truckee Tahoe and that board, the key is to implement a long-term solution where the county invests in housing as a housing entity that works with the private sector, not just to build, but to maintain a qualified list of applicants who can feed that housing, and we can ensure are living and working in the community. What you're going to see is absolutely good stuff for next step, but investors like us to take, again, a second effort at this, we must have assurances that this type of commitment on the part of the county and the partners involved are made. And we are all willing to commit, but you need to build a generation of us, a whole new set of investors.
Absolutely, Alex. Thank you so much for your comments, and I will personally be circling back with you to continue this conversation.
Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, and good luck today.
Thanks, guys.
Knock 'em dead. Not literally. Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Al Savory. I'm president of the Rotary Club of Granite Bay. And one of our objectives is to give back to the community and represent civic pride. And one of the things we see in the media all too often is disrespect of the country and the flag. And we have envisioned a project. We've met with the MAC committee about this. It's to install a large flag along with other flags of the service. And I'm going to ask Jack May to talk a little bit about it, and I'm going to distribute some material that you can take with you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Al. My name's Jack May. I'm with the Rotary Club, and I'm one of these kind of crazy guys that has ideas. So my idea was to have what we call the Walk of Honor, which he will hand out pictures of how we vision it looking on the corner of Douglas and Barton. The one flag, the flag with the American flag on it here, is not in scale. I don't want you to think I'm trying to mislead you, but it's a 70-foot pole with a 25 by 15 flag on it, which we think would really make a statement in honor of our service people. We would have smaller flags along the way there for each of the 5 service companies. They would all be the same height, except I had one request from the Marines, and he said our flag has to be at least 1.5 inches higher than the rest of them. So I assured him we would meet his request. But at any rate, we would like you to consider granting us a variance of some type, because we would like to get on this. And, oh, I guess she's got pictures for you there. And we also have letters here from the American Legion, where they're supporting the project 100%. We have a letter from Mike Soto, who is with the Honor Guard, and they are a group that works with the veterans and so on, and they are in favor of it. I have talked to the Eschaton Village, which is a nursing home right across the street, and they think it would be great because in the summer, they have places they can take their guests across to the Granite Bay Community Park for soccer games or baseball games. But this would be something they could take people over to through the other months of the years when the park isn't quite that busy. So I think it's a really a worthwhile project. We got a program so we can finance it. And I think there's a sheet in there that'll also show you other projects that the Granite Bay Rotary Club has done for the community in that area. So we're ready to get going. And I think that I know we've talked to Kirk, and I hope you people will might have to make a variance on the height of the flagpole. But when we were in Muscatine, we built a 120-foot pole over the edge of the Mississippi with a 60-foot flag. And my story at that time was, we want people coming up the Mississippi to forget the St. Louis Arch when they see our flag. I don't think they did, but I hope you'll give us consideration. Are there any questions from any of you at this time?
I see no questions, Mr. May, but I'm sure that Supervisor Euler and his staff will be very happy to assist you and Mr. Savory with this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did anybody watch the ball game last night? Well, I don't want our flag to be, you know who North Carolina beat the first game of the tournament? Southern Texas. I don't want our flag to be a Southern Texas where everybody forgets it. I want our flag to be North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. May. Any other public comment here in Auburn? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm an individual coming up to talk about the other end of farm labor housing. We're in a position in Placer County that I think my property would be well suited for farm labor housing. And I call it farm family housing instead
and
of...
And I'm sorry, sir, would you give your name and your
Miller
address?
Placer County, yeah.
Thank you.
And my request is to come up here and basically tell you what I've got and make my property available to be considered for farm family housing. The zoning on my property has not kept up with the infrastructure. I have sewer, water, electric, treated water, irrigation and stuff. And what we're proposing family-wise, because we're going through accession planning, is I try to make individual plots available for farm families, because we see a shortage on farm labor coming into the county right now, and the only way we can keep them is have them have their own way to make some of the living. They can't live off of it, but they can make a nice extra income when they're available. So I'm here available for anybody who wants to talk about farm labor housing in Placer County.
And Mr. Miller, can you tell me where the property is so we know which supervisor might be best to respond to you?
I'm glad you asked.
I'm sorry, it is Supervisor Holmes. Excellent. You are in good hands then.
Jim Holmes and I have had meetings. I've had meetings with the county where I feel like maybe I'm a pest sometime, but I'm in the Placer County across from the grade school in Penryn.
Okay.
And we have all the infrastructure to really go to 1 acre. We couldn't afford to go into 1 acre zoning. We couldn't afford to build out and stuff like that. But we think we could work with farm labor housing.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kurt. We'll get together.
Idea. Any other public comment here in Auburn? Okay, seeing none. Any oh, wait, I'm sorry. You were hidden. Please come forward.
This is for Granite Bay?
Any area of Placer County.
Good morning. I'm Larissa Berry from Granite Bay. I've come to you with this request before. However, I'm going to re-request a population study build out for Granite Bay. When the community plan was reapproved in 2012, the high-end build out was projected to be 24,521 by the year 2035. An article in the SACB this last few weeks puts Granite Bay's population at 24,102. We're 400 plus people away from reaching our full build-out. In 2035, that build-out was projected to have store capacity issues and other public services would be impacted. So once again, I would request that with the number of higher than planned for density projects in the pipeline, that a population study and full impacts be evaluated for Granite Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment here in Auburn? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up to Tahoe. Any public comment in Tahoe? Please come.
Good morning, Ellie Waller, Tahoe Vista resident. I'm here today about unmaintained county roads in the Tahoe Basin. I happen to be a recipient of a wonderful erosion control project. I lived on 2 dirt unmaintained roads. Now I have a beautiful pervious concrete road. That said, the project did not assume any responsibility for maintenance. Over the years, I've called Placer County Department of Public Works. I do get some things done. I'm happy to report that they did clean my drains before Snowmageddon arrived, but I had to poke at them quite a bit to do so. And I'm hoping that somewhere in the future soon we can get a process and some kind of code put in place so people that live on unmaintained roads like myself understand what the county is responsible for and what they're not as far as public health and safety when things do arise. And now that Mr. Muralatos has opened the door, I won't be here either. I just want to make a comment about the specific project he may be bringing forward. I'm hoping to be part of that process. I live in Tahoe Vista, and when his design comes forward in pre-development or any scheduling with you folks, he needs to run the ingress and egress of that project through his property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Here we go. Thank you.
Good morning, Ann Nichols, Brockway resident. On this non-county maintained road, I've lived at this property for 46 years. The subdivision is 100 years old. And when a tree went down, it wasn't in front of my home, but I called Public Works and Peter Kratz, and he wouldn't do anything. I asked Jennifer. She said, well, we just don't do it, and we don't maintain. And there's 7 homes on the street. They all of us probably pay about $30,000 a year in property taxes, and we don't get anything. And the street, Pier Avenue, is, it erodes dirt into the lake. And I'm sure it's great that you're helping with $800,000 for Samir Tuma's project, but we should start spending some money on existing. This is a 100-year-old subdivision, and we pay the same tax rate, but we're just not getting any service or help at all, and I just find it really disappointing and disturbing. And on the fact about the affordable housing coming up, just real quick. If you guys would enforce the existing affordable housing that were part of project approvals, we came up with a number of 400 that haven't been built. So apparently there's even more. So anyway, I hope that Jennifer will take this to heart. There's a lot of erosion coming from these properties, or rather these non-county maintained roads, and they need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in Tahoe? Okay, seeing none, was there a comment here we missed in Auburn? Please come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Christina Barmettler. I'm also here because I feel like there is a need for reassessing some of the zoning issues for land that's been designated agricultural. I work for Mr. Miller, but I have also grown up in a small rural community and raised my own family there. I see the need for affordable housing, but oftentimes this is defined as apartment complexes or mass amounts of people in a small area, which brings its own issues. An idea that we have is because we have property that is zoned 2.3 acres, if the zoning could be readdressed to 1 acre parcels so that these could be sustainable family housing that can contribute to either a commercial farm operation or a farm stand, something that brings maybe even agritourism to the community. Because the integrity and value of the land isn't necessarily where it is, it's how it's used. And in Penryn, I've seen parcels go from 40 acres to 20 acres to 5 to 2.3, which allows for a lot of gentlemen's ranches and things like that. But it's really out of reach for a lot of families who are raising children who want that outdoor experience, who want to be able to raise their children, grow some of their own food. We live at a time when we get the things that we feed our families from large monopolies, and yet if we reduce our distance from how far away our food comes in, even to 100 miles, there's so many benefits on a broad scale, not just necessarily our own community. So I know that when people think 1 acre zoning, they think, well, it takes away from the rural lifestyle. But actually, I feel, being one who lives there and who experiences it and who's raised my family there, it's something that could be very valuable, especially when we have so much funding from Cal Farm Link. There's USDA programs to be able to help the next generation be able to develop some roots, which are just out of reach right now. And apartment living shouldn't be the only option for affordable housing.
I think later this afternoon you'll hear that we're in agreement with that statement.
Okay.
Thank you. Or I should hope later this morning. Sorry. Any other public comment, either here or in Tahoe? All right, seeing none, I am going to close public comments. I will move now to board member and county executive reports. Any board member have anything they would like to report? Anything from the county executive today?
Not this morning. Thank you.
Not this morning. Fantastic. In that case, we will move to our 9:05 timed item. This is a Health and Human Services item. This is Placer County Public Health Week, and I'm feeling healthier just thinking about that. We're being asked to receive a report on the health of Public County and to approve a proclamation declaring April 3rd through 9th of 2017 as Public Health Week.
Great. Good morning, Chair Montgomery and members of the board. I'm Rob Oldham, your health officer and director of public health, and I'm very pleased to be here this morning to present a brief report on the health of Placer County, direct you to a more detailed report that I believe you have before you that's with the clerk of the board, and ask that you approve the proclamation declaring April 3rd through 9th, 2017 as Public Health Week in Placer County. So yes, this is Public Health Week, and if you know anything about our team in public health, you probably have noticed that we like to have a lot of fun. So in fact, if you saw groups of about 4 or 5 people yesterday running around the government center from one location to another, don't worry, there's no need to be alarmed. That was our amazing race scavenger hunt that we were having, looking at different public health programs. I'm pretty sure that the helicopters circling overhead yesterday were not related to that activity, at least I hope not. We will have something fun every day this week to bring attention to the importance of public health and the great work we're all doing together to improve Placer's health. Today at lunch over at Public Health, we'll be having a photo booth where you can get your photo taken with all kinds of neat public health props and people. Tomorrow is our Public Health All-Staff meeting, along with our participation in National Walking Day festivities. By the way, I encourage everyone to get out and walk tomorrow in celebration of National Walking Day and our Be Well Placer employee wellness activities. I come before your board this morning not only to celebrate Public Health Week, but also to tell you a little about our public health system and some of the tremendous things our Placer County Public Health Division and our overall public health system have achieved in the last year. Since you're not able to do our amazing race yesterday, I'll give you a brief summary of some of our programs and how they relate to one another in the community. So if things are done well, much of our public health system should go relatively unnoticed by the average resident. However, there are a few high visibility public health services like the provision of birth and death certificates and vital statistics, or water and tick testing in our public health lab, where virtually any resident can go for service at some point in our lives. Many people from all walks of life get these services. In fact, I had my 4th daughter's birth certificate processed in the last year. To date, this is the only birth certificate that I've ever had to sign twice. Once as the father, once as the health officer registrar. I'm hoping to not need any death certificates anytime soon, or tick testing for that matter, but recognizing that they really are the only face of public health that most of our residents see, our dedicated staff have really worked hard to deliver a very high level of customer service in these programs. There are also many other public health services like California Children's Services, children's health and disability prevention, targeted case management, maternal child health, women, infants, and children, whole person care, and our medical therapy unit that provides services targeted to individuals and families with certain conditions or risk factors. By providing services to people in need or at risk, these programs reduce the prevalence and a burden of disease for our residents and their families. They also save our health system huge sums of money by preventing unnecessary hospital care and other costly outcomes. In the last few years, we have seen huge growth in caseloads for most of these programs, with not so huge increases in staffing. Our team has really risen to the challenge and has maintained a very high level of service in these programs despite the caseload growth. Then there are the certain public health programs like our public health lab, our public health emergency preparedness programs, and our communicable disease control program, where the residents being served by us may not even be aware that they're being served, or if they are aware, they're having a really bad day. So, for instance, they just got diagnosed with TB or just had a white powder sent to them for a bioterrorism threat. So these programs don't always get a lot of attention and are usually just running quietly in the background without a lot of fanfare. This is kind of how they're designed. They don't actually want a lot of attention, but that doesn't make them any less essential. There are literally thousands of cases where these programs quietly intervene to protect our community's health. I would hope to share a couple of those cases with you this morning, but in the interest of time, I think I will move on and tell you a little bit about our one core function of public health that doesn't really align with any particular program or funding stream. That's the function of assessment. And I've talked before this board before. We, a couple of years ago, committed to do our first community health assessment since the 1990s. And so I'm very pleased to share with you this morning. Actually, we have 4 separate assessments that are part of that community health assessment, and they're before you today. I didn't bring enough for everyone here, but they're also online at our placerdashboard.org, and so you can go online. That's actually, the dashboard has every type of health-related metric there, but in addition, now with the 4 different community health assessments, the assessments as part of our community health assessment, it really provides context, so expert context to say and kind of analyze the different metrics, but also community context, so people within the community who gave their feedback about what we should prioritize, what are the health challenges that we should be focusing on. So again, I wanted to talk a little bit about that. The assessment. So there are 4 separate assessments with different areas of focus. We didn't really have any dedicated resources or staff to complete this project, and we talked about potentially contracting this out, as many surrounding counties have done. However, we decided that as a core public health function, this is something we could and probably should do ourselves. So our team pulled together around this, and I'm very happy to present these 4 assessments to you today and to the community. We are providing these copies to you, and like I said, you can find them online at placerdashboard.org. I'd like to thank your board and our CEO for the support that made the completion of this community health assessment possible. In particular, I'd like to thank you for allowing us to add a public health epidemiologist to our 15-16 budget. I think we were the largest county in California without an epidemiologist, and it was a hole in our public health system. In the spring of 2016, we were able to hire April Holland, our first epidemiologist in several years. April has made an immediate positive impact to our division and was the primary author of the Community Health Status Assessment, which at 130 pages long is the largest of the 4 assessments. So April, if you can please wave. Besides thanking April, I'd like to thank all of our public health teammates who made the completion of our first community health assessment this century possible. I don't have time to name them all, but some of the leaders of this effort were Mike Romero, Joe Arseneth, Sarah Hagan, Cassie Call, and Jennifer Johnson. So thanks to my Placer County Public Health team. In addition to our public health staff who worked on the community health assessment, I'd also like to take a moment to thank the community for its support. We had over 1,000 residents complete a 19-question survey that included the demographic information and questions about individual, family, and community health status, behaviors, and perspectives. We also had dozens of community leaders assist us in completing the assessment, including designing and distributing the surveys and participating in various focus groups and stakeholder interviews. It really was a community effort. And speaking of community effort, while I think it's important to celebrate the great work of our public health staff, I wanted to end my comments today by emphasizing how our community is an integral part of our public health system and integral to the health of Placer County. One amazing example of this is the work of our Roseville Rotary through their Miles of Smiles program. The Miles of Smiles program provides dental education, screening, sealants, and dental referrals to Roseville school children. Since 2000, Miles of Smiles has provided dental hygiene education to over 9,000 children, dental screenings to over 6,000 children, and dental sealants to over 3,000 children. I'd like to invite Ruth Burgess with Roseville Rotary to come forward and tell you a little bit more about the Miles of Smiles program as an example of how the community is helping Placer to be well. Ruth?
Thank you, Rob. It's nice to be back again. I think some of you might remember that I've been here before to talk to you about Miles of Smiles. We've just finished another year with our kindergartner and with our 2nd and 5th graders, so our numbers are even a little bit higher, and I wanted to introduce the people that I've brought with me today. Let me start with Cheryl Green. Cheryl Ann Green is someone who is the health educator, and she came to us through Placer County and has continued with our program. And now I will say that Cheryl Ann has probably provided health education to 2nd and 5th graders in the total of about 9,700 children now, because she finished this year's. That means she goes into that classroom and teaches the children about dental hygiene. And Cheryl Ann also does the administrative work, really, for the Miles of Smiles program, because she gathers all the statistics. She provides all of that information for it. She orders all of the supplies, makes sure that everything is operating behind the scenes. And the rest that I have with me are the volunteers in the program. Let me introduce Dr. Steve Christensen, who's been with me before. Steve, raise your hand. Steve is a retired orthodontist from Roseville, and Steve and I were the ones that sort of began this. And Steve's role was his connection with the dental health community, because when we needed a child who was in really need of urgent dental care, Steve would go knocking on the doors of the other dentists in town and ask them, would you take this child? And there were times when he was spent a lot of time and a lot of hours. So I just wanted to acknowledge Steve and the work that he's done in our program since 2000. Our other volunteers, Scott Otzka, Jim Gray, and John Smith, are some of our steady volunteers. The role that the Rotary Club plays is to actually help take the children from the classroom into the clinic that's set up in one of the classrooms in the school, do the paperwork, give the kids all of the goodie bags, and talk to them, especially the children who may be a little bit nervous. They're not quite sure what's going to happen to them when they're in that clinic. So just want to thank you for that partnership. And unfortunately, we have an empty chair here because I wanted you to meet Lonnie Reno, who has been the dental hygienist, who has, without Lonnie and without Cheryl Ann, it would not happen. Lonnie has screened, I would say, 6,500 children individually. Each one of those has screened those children, has put sealants on those molars, and I can tell you that the sealants on the molars can last 10 to 20 years, can make all the difference in the world and whether a child ever has a cavity. So this is the team, and I really appreciate what we hope is a partnership again with Placer County in making sure that our children's dental health is taken care of.
Don't go away. I think there's someone who has something to say. Supervisor Holmes?
I just want to thank you for the Roseville Rotary for their leadership for young children and their dental care. As a member of the First 5 Children and Families Commission, that is one of our core projects, to make sure those young people get the proper dental care that they need to succeed in life. So thank you very much.
Great, and thank you.
So don't go away, Ruth.
Oh, yeah, and I can tell you, I wish those molar sealants had existed when I was a child, because I had more cavities than you can shake a stick at.
What Ruth doesn't know is the reason that she came here wasn't just to talk about Miles of Smiles. I happen to know that Ruth doesn't like to toot her own horn, and so the only way I could get her here is to talk about Miles of Smiles, which she's always willing to do. But actually, up until now, Ruth didn't know this, but you see, as part of Public Health Week, we wanted to start an annual award that would highlight one member of the community who has made a particularly notable contribution to the health of Placer County. Someone who is a unique voice for public health, a public health champion. We thought of calling it the Placer Champion of Public Health Award. Well, there are many people who probably are deserving of such an award, but there was one name that came to mind first, and I couldn't really get out of my head, and neither could the rest of our team. And so there will be other public health champion awards in the future, but we just decided we needed to recognize this one special person before we could even entertain the possibility of giving this award to anyone else. So in addition to our work with Roseville Rotary and the Miles of Smiles program, Ruth Burgess was also a longtime board member of the Sutter Roseville Medical Center Foundation and of the Placer Community Foundation. She's been an effective advocate for public health and particularly for children's health and oral health for many, many years in this community. So with that, I'd like to award the 2017 Placer Public Health Champion Award to Ruth Burgess.
Dr. Oldham, turn around and get the official county photo there.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Congratulations, Ruth.
Ruth, do you have a few words you would like to say?
I know people would find this hard to believe that I don't have something to say because I talk a lot, but I'm a little overwhelmed. I do what I do because I care about the community, care about the kids. I don't know what else to say except, well, one more thing. I'm in Rotary because Rotary exemplifies what I think we should all be doing. If we all lived the four-way test and we all believe that service above self is what we're here for, the world would be a much better place.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a few more photographs, so if you wouldn't mind just taking a seat right in the front row so that we can call you back. Dr. Oldham, did you have
bring the proclamation back. Thank you.
You can't leave. So I was going to read this proclamation, but Dr. Oldham touched on most of this already. So I'm just going to mention that we have this lovely proclamation in honor of Public Health Week in Placer County. Let's grab a few photos, and then the board will take the action formally approving the declaration of April 3 through 9, 2017 as Public Health Week. But we'll come down. My suggestion is we take a few photos right here, just the three of us, and then everyone who was involved with this maybe step outside into the courtyard and get a photo, a group photo, because I think it's just a phenomenal effort you all have put together. So. Dr. Oldham, who is going to be the meat in the sandwich, I think, as Jim Holmes refers to it. And one more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you
well
very
deserved.
much.
All right. So if everyone who was involved in this effort would like to step out to the courtyard and get a photo, we will continue with our meeting. But thank you all so very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay. And what is the pleasure of the board on this?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you all very much. Okay, we will now move to our 9:10 timed item. We are going to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County Housing Authority. This is a Health and Human Services item relating to Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Chair Montgomery, Housing Authority Commissioners, Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. To my right is Susan Kimbley, our Assistant Director of Human Services. We're here this morning requesting that your commission take a number of actions regarding an update to our Housing Authority's administrative plan and submission of required certificates of program compliance. Before Susan provides you with a bit more detail, I'd like to highlight one proposed change of adding a limited preference in regards to homeless individuals. which would allow us to set aside 50% of the turnover in vouchers each year and target these resources to serving homeless individuals. This preference is being used by many housing authorities across the nation and would continue to allow us to align our programs with your policy objectives and provide one more tool to address chronic homelessness across our county. And now I'm going to ask Susan to highlight in detail the rest of the proposed changes.
Good morning, Chair Montgomery, members of the Board of Commissioners. Also with us today is Nancy Rhea, Supervisor for the Placer County Housing Authority.
There she is.
The back. We come before you today to request approval of 3 items to secure $2,361,160 in federal funding for the Placer County Housing Authority to provide subsidized housing vouchers for up to 345 low-income individuals, families, and veterans in Placer County. We ask that you conduct a public hearing to receive public comment regarding the updated Placer County Housing Authority Administrative Plan, adopt the updated Placer County Housing Authority Administrative Plan, and adopt a resolution authorizing acceptance of the updated administrative plan and authorize submission of the certifications of program compliance to HUD. The Placer County Housing Authority operates 2 main programs, the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program, also known as VASH. These are federal programs for assisting very low-income families, the elderly, the homeless, veterans, and the disabled to afford decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private market. These programs provide subsidized housing assistance to approximately 540 Placer County residents. Both programs allow participants to find and choose their own housing, including single-family homes, townhouses, and apartments, provided the rental unit meets the requirements of the program. These programs are not limited to units and subsidized housing projects, thus also supporting the private property owner in Placer County. In order to meet HUD's annual requirement to receive continued funding, all qualified public housing authorities must conduct a public hearing and for at least 45 days prior to the public hearing, make available for public comment updates to its administrative plan outlining any changes to the goals, objectives, and policies of the agency. In addition, each housing authority is required to submit an annual civil rights certification. Changes to the administrative plan for fiscal year 17-18 are focused on the ability to utilize the housing authority's turnover vouchers in countywide initiatives to house the homeless. We are requesting to add a limited preference, which will allow the housing authority to open a separate wait list for specific homeless initiatives. Applicants are placed on the limited preference wait list solely on referrals from partnering social service agencies. Social service agencies may include whole person care, other health and human services divisions working with homeless individuals and families, the Gathering Inn, and Volunteers of America. Half of the program's turnover vouchers will be dedicated to this limited preference. Other changes to the 2017 administrative plan include recognition that the Placer County Housing Authority has been determined a high-performing housing authority for the 7th consecutive year, and other updates to HUD regulations and program requirements that include minor modifications for clarification and wording. The updated plan was noticed in newspapers in Auburn, Rockland, and Lincoln, and was made available for review online at the Placer County Housing Authority office in Auburn and on the Placer County Housing Authority website for a 45-day public comment period prior to this hearing. No written comments have been received to date. Any comments from the hearing before your board today will be included with the final plan. Compliance with the Public Housing Agency Plan requirement is necessary to continue to receive federal funding in the amount of $2,361,160 for fiscal year 17-18. This program also requires a county general fund contribution of $75,000. With that, we recommend that your board approve this request, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, my questions go to the issue of half the program's vouchers are dedicated to the homeless. And you specifically identify that it's on a referral basis. However, I'm wondering about the criteria not only to be referred, but then prioritization amongst those that are referred, given that we do have a limited number of vouchers. And so, pardon me, what is the criteria and how are the referrals prioritized when we're talking about setting aside half of these just for this one segment?
Well, that's a very good question, Supervisor Euler. Just to put it in perspective, our annual turnover is roughly 20 vouchers. So this would set aside a small number, roughly 10 vouchers a year, 10 to 15 vouchers a year. So we would be looking at working with partnering agencies to identify people that are chronically homeless, but we would also be looking at individuals. We have other preferences to see how those priorities line up. And people would be put on a list. If all things being equal, it's first on the list is first served.
Okay. It's we as a board, as we've had the ongoing conversation around homelessness for a few years now, we as a board have always prioritized providing services to those folks that are actually trying to better themselves, are engaged with our other social services, are seeking opportunities for permanent housing and work. We've had a strong sentiment expressed about helping veterans that are homeless. It would be my hope that as we're looking at these, we're looking at meeting that kind of criteria where we're providing these vouchers to those folks first and foremost who have made the decision that they want out of the circumstance they're in. They're taking affirmative steps. They're trying to get engaged in the workforce. They may already be engaged in the workforce. They are taking advantage of other social services, or they have already served our country in some capacity or another.
All that criteria will certainly be considered. We have, for veterans that are homeless, we have VASH vouchers. And to the order of magnitude, we have about 30 to 35 vouchers available right now for veterans. And so we're going to be working throughout the next year to target that population and try to lease up as many of those vouchers as possible. For one of the requirements is that you're going to be vetted and come from a program, a safety net program that serves homeless people. So at the bare minimum, these are individuals that are looking for assistance and interested in changing their lives.
Okay. You said 30 to 45 vouchers under the current veterans program?
We have 69 VASH vouchers, and about half of those vouchers are not leased up at this time.
Okay, so we do have existing capacity?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great, thank you. That's, if you wouldn't mind just checking back, maybe just with me at some point through the year to just kind of bring me up to speed on where we are with the subscriptions on these vouchers. That'd be helpful.
We'd be happy
Thank
to.
you.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Holmes.
Yeah, thank you for this report. Do you have any landlords that are signed up to take advantage of this, or how do the landlords that are willing to participate be informed about this?
So we have a number of landlords that are participating with our Housing Choice Voucher program. In the last year, we've initiated 2 contracts, one with Volunteers of America and another with AMI Housing to provide housing outreach and coordination services. And actually both contracts are showing success. They've actually been able to recruit new landlords and place individuals that are formerly homeless into market rate housing.
Okay, good, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. My one question around this is, it's my understanding that our biggest struggle is not getting vouchers to individuals, but finding places to actually put people once they have the vouchers. So I think this is a little bit of foreshadowing for the conversation we're going to be having later this morning around housing and some options for housing. But am I wrong in thinking that the real challenge is really actually finding the housing?
The real challenge is finding the housing. I mean, we do have individuals that end up getting their housing voucher, and they have 60 days to essentially locate a unit. They end up extending that time to 120 days, and some individuals are not able to find housing. Although I have to say, with the addition of the housing coordinator contracts, we've had much more success in the last 3 months.
That's great. Thank you. Any members of the public have any questions or comments? I'm sorry, Jerry. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the reminder. We are conducting a public hearing, so I will be opening the public hearing on this. We're asking to receive public comment regarding the updated Placer County Housing Authority Administrative Plan. Having opened the public hearing, any questions or comments from any member of the public on this? Wow. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board. And does that motion include Jeff's amendment? Okay.
Correct.
Jerry.
And I just want to point out that there's an amended resolution before the board for this matter.
Okay. Roll call or single voice, Jerry? This will be a roll call. I'm sorry,
Holmes?
Supervisor Duran, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, yeah, I
additionally
just wanted to
before
ask
we-
real quickly, Jeff, what is the criteria for Section 8? Does it have to be like an apartment or a condo or something?
Note Section 8, if a landlord has a mobile home, if the landlord has a cottage unit behind their house, if a landlord has a rental apartment, all of those can qualify as dwellings acceptable under Section 8.
So a room in a home doesn't
Oh,
qualify?
a room in a home, I apologize, that does not qualify.
That doesn't qualify. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now seeing no more lights lit up here, we have a motion and a second. This is a roll call.
Holmes? Duran? Wygant? Euler? Montgomery?
Yes. Thank you. We will now adjourn as the Placer County Housing Authority and reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We are moving to our 9:20 a.m. item. This is a community development resource item on the Barton Ranch Subdivision. Neither of you look like Melanie Jackson, though I'm delighted to see both of you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board. Thank you for noting that I am Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division. I want to take this opportunity to provide the board with a brief update on the progress that has been made on this project prior to formally requesting the continuance. As you know, at your March 7th, 2017 board hearing, the board heard a presentation from county staff on the Barton Ranch Subdivision project. You all also received supplemental information from the project applicant and received comments from members of the public, including 4 adjoining property owners. At the close of that hearing, the board took action to continue the hearing to today's meeting and provided direction to staff to resolve a number of issues pertaining to project design and development standards in order to ensure that the project would be compatible with existing developed residential land uses located adjacent to the project site. And the board also provided direction to refine the allowable hours for project construction, to further clarify the process for obtaining off-site easements for construction of improvements along Barton Road, and to further examine project drainage flows to an off-site parcel. Over the last 4 weeks, the county staff has conducted a series of meetings with the applicant and with surrounding property owners to clarify these issues and to develop revised development standards to address each of these issues. The county staff believes that through these interactions, staff has identified solutions to each of the issues raised by the board. However, the parameters staff established for negotiating off-site easements for the Barton Road right-of-way require completion of appraisals for the off-site easement areas, and those appraisals have not yet been completed. They aren't in the works, however. For this reason, staff is requesting that your board continue this matter from today's hearing date to a date and time certain. Staff is suggesting that May 9th at 10:45 a.m., which is different than the date noted in the agenda, would provide adequate time to resolve this final outstanding issue. The applicant, Nick Sadek, and his engineer, Ron Wood, are both here, and they agree to the continuance. I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Okay, I see no questions. Have we received any opposition to the continuance from any of the parties?
No, all of the adjoining property owners have been contacted. They're made aware that we are continuing to discuss these issues. We had a very productive meeting last Friday, and we are also going to have another meeting today and continue to move toward final resolution of the issues that were raised.
Okay, Supervisor Euler.
I just move the continuance to May 9th at 10:45.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Likewise,
Appreciate
thank
seeing
you.
both of you. All right, contrary to what that clock says, it is actually 10 o'clock, so we are going to move to our 10 o'clock timed item. This is the Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District presentation. We're just being given an update today on vector-borne diseases within Placer County. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much to your board for making the time. I know this is a busy time of year, and thank you again for making the time for me to come in and give you all an update.
And would you mind introducing yourself, please, and formally stating what organization you are with?
My name is Ada Barrows, and I am with the Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District. We have had quite a few busy years, even in the drought, and I'm here to provide a little bit of an update for what happened last year and what we are anticipating for this year. So, without further ado, this is for members of the audience. Your whole board is familiar with our district, but this is for the benefit of those who are not quite familiar with the Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District. We strive to reduce mosquito and other vector populations, promote awareness of vectors and vector-borne disease, as well as help to decrease the potential risks for residents in Placer County. And I'd like to add not just residents, but anybody who lives, works, or plays in Placer County. And actually, we are, I think I clicked it too much. We have an interesting history here in Placer County. We are actually the first publicly funded malaria control program in the state of California, and that actually started in the good old town of Penryn around the turn of the century. So we have quite a rich history of mosquito and vector control.
The turn of which century?
Sorry. I guess it is the 2000s now. So around 1908, 1910.
So I was pretty sure we did not have that malaria problem.
You could ask Robert.
Yeah, that's true. You're on fire today, Supervisor.
Getting back to what we do have general principles that we follow for integrated vector management, which means, in a nutshell, that we do require a lot of scientific data to make the decisions that we do. We conduct vector population surveillance, vector-borne disease surveillance. We do efficacy testing for the materials that we use. We also make sure that we're keeping tabs on whether or not the mosquitoes in Placer County are becoming resistant to the materials that we are using. Now, we have a fairly limited range of what we can use for public health purposes, so we're very conscientious on how we use them. So, the update portion. This is actually the end of the year map that the state of the California Department of Public Health put out. Since the West Nile virus season hasn't really started in Placer County yet, this is what it looked like last year for all over the state. And we are consistently seeing in the past few years that more and more areas are turning blue, which means there is some indication of West Nile virus activity. And human cases also are more spread out. The blue is counties that had human cases. Even though we had fewer human cases last year compared to the previous year, I think we have almost half of what we did in 2015. But still, we're seeing this pattern that we're getting a lot more human cases, even in the coastal regions of California, which we haven't really seen when the first epidemic of West Nile virus hit. So this is what it looked like in table format for West Nile virus in California. Again, I mentioned before, in 2015 we had 737 cases. In 2016 there were 442. But what it looked like for Placer County is a little bit different. We did not have any human cases in 2015, and we had 7 human cases, unfortunately, last year with 1 fatality. And this actually goes to show that they're not always directly correlated, human cases versus numbers of mosquitoes. We had an average amount of mosquitoes. The abundance was about the same, but we did find that the fewer mosquitoes that we had, a higher percentage of them were actually infected with West Nile virus. And that's because drought conditions made them congregate over fewer sources of water, because mosquitoes need water too, as we do. And we're getting a lot of questions about what it's going to look like for this year because we've had quite a bit of precipitation, and the drought conditions, the restrictions have been lifted. So we may not see concentrated pockets of West Nile virus activity that we did in the previous years with the drought conditions, but the risk would still be similar because the risk would be more widespread throughout the county. Hopefully that makes a little sense. So again, the challenges we anticipate for this year, I've been saying it for about 4 years now that there is a potential that we could see invasive mosquitoes that are already quite well established in Southern California. We have shored up our pre-detection surveillance for these invasive mosquitoes. We have an invasive mosquito response plan. Should we detect them here in Placer County? We have not yet. So that could be a very, very big challenge for us this year if we do detect invasive mosquitoes. And these mosquitoes are the ones that are capable of transmitting diseases such as dengue, chikungunya, and of course, what got a lot of media attention is Zika virus. Prior to the introduction of these mosquitoes in California, in general, we really had no risk because we didn't have the type of mosquito that could transmit these terrible diseases. And now we do. And they've been found all the way up until Central California, the Fresno-Madera area. Mosquito and vector control agencies around us, including Sacramento, Butte, and all these folks in the Sacramento region are really ramping up their capabilities to detect these mosquitoes so we can do something before they can get established, hopefully. And again, another challenge is since a lot of the drought restrictions have been lifted, we could see a return to pre-drought water use for the folks here in Placer County. And what we saw last year, even though we had the same number of mosquitoes, there were fewer mosquitoes actually coming out of the urban and suburban areas because there were so many drought restrictions. And we weren't finding storm drain systems that had water in them. They were mostly dry, so we didn't find a lot of mosquitoes coming out of those. But that could change this year, so that could be an additional challenge for this year. Going back to these, this is a little bit of background information on these invasive mosquitoes, because really this is one of our big projects at Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District, is to figure out what we can do if we do find these guys. And this is for your benefit and everybody here watching. This is kind of what they look like. They're striped. Both of them are striped. And the more challenging part here for us in Placer County is we have a mosquito that looks very similar to this. We call them a tree hole mosquito. They like breeding in the hollowed out holes in oak trees. So when we get more rain, we will probably see a lot more of these hatching out. So they look very similar, behavior is similar, that they bite during the day. The problem with these invasive mosquitoes is they actually prefer humans as their hosts compared to all the other mosquitoes that we have already established here in Placer County. And they tend to move where humans are. So if we do get, we do have imported cases of mosquito-borne disease, we could be at a higher risk because human cases with mosquitoes around them that like to bite humans increases the risk, of course, for human transmissions. And what we found from our partners down south is they're very, very hard to eradicate because they are backyard mosquitoes. So they tend to breed in a small container of water, even as little as a tablespoon, a little bottle cap of water, they can breed. And so a lot of folks like to have a lot of things in their backyard. And so it's been really, really challenging for our counterparts in Southern California to clear these mosquitoes out of the neighborhoods that they're in. The good news is we have been implementing a lot of innovations to make our jobs more efficient and easier. We have new detection strategies and tools. We've implemented new mosquito traps. Oh, that's a terrible typo. In the general area where we have the same historical traps that we've used, so we can compare whether or not the new traps are as effective in capturing mosquitoes as our old traps, and then we can do the final switchover. And we are a huge part of this statewide data project spearheaded through UC Davis and with partnership with the California Department of Public Health Vector-Borne Disease Section, we're trying to consolidate all the statewide data from all the mosquito control agencies. That includes mosquito abundance, disease surveillance, and including pesticide resistance, so we can better track what it's looking like throughout the state and make sure that we make our decisions based on the resistance information that we're finding. So lots of innovations. And this is how everyone can partner with us to protect public health. If there is any mosquito sources that you identify, to contact the district, collaborate with us if you do have a continuous mosquito problem that needs to be addressed and need to find a long-term solution for that. And also, we would really appreciate all the help that we can get to alert residents and provide accurate and up-to-date mosquito control information when we do our outreach efforts, especially if we do end up detecting these invasive mosquitoes. We're going to be all hands on deck, and we would really appreciate all the collaboration that we've been used to with all the Placer County agencies and all the jurisdictions, including the cities, have been really, really proactive in working with us, getting the word out. So I appreciate all the help that your board and the county has provided over the years. And if you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? I see no questions from the board. Any questions or comments from any member of the public on this? Ada, thank you so much for the presentation. I suggest we have Gus Thompson from the Auburn Journal in the audience today. I would suggest that you and he try to connect so that if something does arise that needs greater media coverage, you've already got a connection directly into the local Gold Country media.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I've left some repellent samples in the back for those of you who are already experiencing the wonders of spring.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, since we are not yet to 10:15, we're going to move to our first department item. This is the Community Development Resource Agency item. We're being asked to authorize the Community Development Resource Agency's Planning Division to permit delay of applicants' payments of both accrued and future county staff costs until sale or conveyance of the community portion of the Regional University Specific Plan. Welcome.
Good morning, Steve Pedretti, Community Development Resource Agency. And yes, we're here to request that the board approve delaying the applicant's payment of staff costs associated with processing of the Regional University Specific Plan amendment, pending sale of the community portion of the specific plan. As you recall, the Regional University Specific Plan has two main development areas. One is the 600-acre university property. The other would be the 558-acre community portion. Land was donated to a foundation. The whole purpose is to create a university, and the profits from the sale of the community area are intended to help fund the construction at the beginning of the university. There are tremendous economic benefits potentially here. In July of 2016, your board received a presentation from University of Warwick that talked about the impacts that they felt their university could provide. Nearly $600 million of direct and indirect economic benefits, 1,250 university jobs, another $1.5 billion of construction costs, and nearly $13,000 of construction jobs during that time frame. The applicant recently requested that they be allowed to delay in paying for staff costs until such time as they sell the community portion of the project, and then the profits from that would reimburse the county for our staff costs. This includes about $393,000 total, $182,000 of which has already been spent several years ago and just hasn't been paid up to now. We recognize we don't want to set a precedent that we do this for all projects that come in with an economic benefit. However, this is somewhat unique. I think the tremendous upside, the scope, and the potential benefits are huge. University is really a catalyst for other businesses, other industries even, that will be created around that using the, I don't know if you want to call it a mind machine, but the university, the folks at the university. We will get full payment upon sale of the community property. We think it's a reasonable thing for us to do, and therefore we recommend that your board approve delaying payment from the applicants for the amendment, for the Regional University Specific Plan amendment, as well as the wetland permit, the Core 404 permit that's being processed for the backbone infrastructure. that, any questions?
I see a question from Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, do we have a timetable as to when the sale is going to take place? 20 years, 10 years, 5 years?
I couldn't tell you exactly when. It will depend on.
Can somebody tell me?
We have the applicants are here. They may be able to help out with that.
Is there someone from the applicants who can come forward and possibly address that question for Supervisor Duran? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Montgomery, members of the board, Tim Tarrant for the University Development Foundation. Julie Hanson, Michael Faust, our project managers are here today as well to help answer questions. First of all, I want to thank the staff for the report and also for the recommendation. Their work has been excellent with us. I would point out also that this is unique because it's a nonprofit that's the applicant. So we're not in this for the money, obviously, and that's, of course, the reason for the request. Our expectation and hope, first of all, we need, Warwick has indicated to us that they need this specific plan amendment to tweak the amendment to get their goals and objectives more in line with the plan. So we got to get the wetlands permit and this amendment done, and we're hoping to do that in a year, 12 months. Once we have that, then there's a for sale sign out there. And the only thing is we want to maximize the revenue from this community property because it's the endowment for the university. So we may not take the first buyer, but we'll sell it whenever the price is right. And I'd say anytime after a year from now, if everything goes as we anticipate, then we're going to be looking for a buyer.
That's not a problem, Tim. I just think the public needs to know how long the delay is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we want to make it as short as possible, obviously, and so does Warwick, right?
Sure.
But we're not really worried so much about your process because you've been great to work with and we'll get it done. But we have the Corps of Engineers to work with, and that's a whole different cup of tea, so we're just going to do the best we can there.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. I see another light. Supervisor
Yes.
Holmes?
Yeah, this is a question for maybe both of you. What is the case in light of another economic downturn? If there's a 5-year delay because the economy goes into a downturn, is there any ability for, because we have bills to pay too, is there any ability for us to collect some of that money in advance? Is that?
Well, obviously, we're not proposing that. And I can't guarantee that there wouldn't be a downturn. And I think we're just going to play this day by day, month by month. And of course, if there is a real concern on the part of the county, I think what we would probably ask is at that time we sit down and talk again and see what we can do or should do.
Yeah, that's the only concern I have.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. I see no other questions from my fellow board members. Does this create any sort of precedent either for different development entities or even other nonprofits which might have projects coming forward now or in the future?
Certainly it could, but I would suggest that we're doing this because of the size and the scope. It's not just any nonprofit or any business that comes in. I think this one is so potentially huge that we really would be it would be a mistake not to do something to try to help it along. And so precedent setting, I don't think so. As long as we recognize it's a university, it's very large.
So when you refer to the size and the scope, you're referring to the size and the scope of the university project specifically, not the associated development around it.
Correct.
Correct, and the potential economic impact to the county.
Okay, yeah, and to be fair, that's my approach. I think this is absolutely unique in what we have done, at least in my time on this board. The idea of getting a university, a 4-year university here in Placer County, I know we already have one, but getting another one would be absolutely fantastic. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I simply observe that clearly our board, in recognition of the significant potential economic impact of a satellite campus of Sac State, we took the steps to move forward with the county actually taking the role for the first time in processing a development map. And so in terms of setting a precedent, I think we've pretty much crossed that bridge. I would remind my colleagues that The applicant who is requesting that this be deferred is the nonprofit. It's no longer the developer, but prior to the entirety of this project being handed over to a nonprofit for the purpose of building a university here in Placer County, the developer spent an awful lot of years and in excess of $10 million of their own money just to give the property away. And so in the relative scheme of things, we are talking about a fairly small dollar amount in respect to what has already been invested by the developer so that he could give the project away. And just as the county, I think, made the wise decision to invest our time and resources in the Placer Ranch project to move that forward because that's clearly in our long-term economic interest, I think it would be wise for us to take this step because this is clearly in our economic long-term interest as well.
Yeah, I'll just comment. I agree with Kirk. I think, the challenge here is that on both projects we saw exceptional opportunity that had public benefit, clear, measurable public benefit. Both of them are somewhat speculative. They're not done deals for sure. So anything we can do to partner to help create the outcome we desire, I think, is a good thing. I think what Kirk's referring to is trying to attempt some kind of parity in public policy by the county taxpayers, and that would be impossible to do exactly, but I think this comes close, and I'm happy to get that on the record.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, before we take an action, any questions or comments from any member of the public on this item? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. Supervisor Euler.
Move approval.
All right, before we take a vote, I just wanted to say I am extremely supportive of this. I think this is a very, very unique situation. I don't want this to be taken as a carte blanche for all development projects to come forward and ask for this, but I think in this particular instance, because of the incredible value, both economically and educationally, for Placer County residents who we hope we can retain to get educated here, stay here, and hopefully buy some houses here in the future. I think this is just a fantastic action for us to be taking. So this is a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. All right, we will move back to our 10:15 timed item. This is a joint presentation from the Treasurer Tax Collector and then the Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters. We will begin with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. This is a financial review of distressed fire services. Janine Windishausen, there she is. Welcome and good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to start off by saying that this presentation is a summary of a report that hopefully all of you have received by now. And I want to acknowledge those who helped in the effort of putting this report together. The CAL FIRE Unit Chief and Placer County Fire Warden George Morris, Penryn Chief Mitch Higgins, and Forest Hill and Placer Hills Chief Ian Gow, as well as county staff Becky Riggin, John McEldowney, and Andy Sisk, who assisted with compilation of financial statements for the districts. I have with me today Elena Gagne, who really did most of the heavy lifting as far as this report is concerned. So we will do part one. Part two of this presentation is the results and findings from a survey that was conducted by SCI Consulting Group. And so with me here is Susan Barnes and Maria Garcia Adarve, and also joining them in the first row over there is Sonia Ortega. And so with that, I need to grab my little clicker here. So I will present you with the key findings first and then move through with some specifics regarding the financial condition of the 3 zones of benefit and the 3 fire districts that we focused on. The 3 zones of benefit are Western Placer Zone 76, Dry Creek Zone 165, North Auburn Ophir Zone 193, and then the 3 fire districts are Placer Hills Fire Protection District, Forest Hill Fire Protection District, and Penryn Fire Protection District. So one of the things that you'll see in just a moment is that the fire districts and the areas of former fire districts receive a relatively small share of property taxes, and that is because in 1978, property tax reform gave a look back of 1 year to 76, 77 to lock in the share of property taxes currently received. So every parcel of taxable property in California receives property taxes based on 1% of value at the time of assessed value, market value change, or other improvement. And so fire districts in rural areas were largely volunteer. They served areas which were less densely populated, and so their budgets were smaller, and they received a smaller share. So in these rural areas, which really encompass all of these zones of benefits and fire districts, population has increased, development has increased, thereby increasing the demand for service. Most recently, the California minimum wage mandate is specifically not sustainable for fire districts. The fire districts are paying at or slightly above minimum wage. The California state mandate for minimum wage that will be phased in over the next 4 years is very burdensome for those fire districts. More recently, for the county provides fire service in the area of 4 former fire districts which became insolvent, and I will be identifying those areas more specifically in a moment. And the county does that by contracting with CAL FIRE. The CAL FIRE bargaining unit recently came to an agreement with the state, and there will be a 19 to 22% increase in the next fiscal year to the county for the CAL FIRE contract. The fire districts and CAL FIRE are both operating at the lowest allowable staffing levels, which are 2 personnel per apparatus or vehicle, if you will. So think of a fire engine, and then there are other apparatus as well, obviously, but think of a fire engine with 2 people on it. One of the things to note is that while 2 people can manage, I'm going to say manage an apparatus, they cannot engage in many circumstances, such as they can't go into an engulfed building, hazardous material, that type of thing, until 2 additional staff are on scene. So there has to be 4 before they can engage. Most apparatus, with just a couple of exceptions, are being manned at the level of what is referred to as 2O, or 2 personnel per apparatus. Volunteers are no longer a viable alternative. The training requirements and safety requirements for a volunteer are the same as they are for a professional firefighter. So by the time a volunteer is done with training, there's little time left to actually volunteer. And so volunteers just are not materializing where they did historically. Technological advances, if it helps to save a life, we need to have it on the equipment. That makes the equipment more expensive. So the cost for vehicles and apparatus has escalated beyond the rate of the average cost of living increases for the economy as a whole. The fire districts have remained operational through deficit spending. The deficit spending has been compensated for by utilizing their reserves and their fund balances. And those fund balances and reserves are near depletion, especially for 2 of the fire districts, and for the third fire district, it's really not that far behind. The zones of benefit have remained operational also by deficit spending, which has been offset by the county fire fund and the county general fund contributions. 2 of the fire districts will deplete their fund balances and capital reserves within the next 6 months. Further decreases in fire and emergency service levels will escalate fire insurance rates and increase the number of policy cancellations already taking place. The only way to make further reductions, because staffing levels on apparatus are the lowest that they can be, is to brown out stations, to not staff shifts. So typically there are 3 shifts on a 24-hour basis, would be taking 1 shift off, like the night shift. So there would be, coverage would have to be provided by neighboring districts during those times if there's an emergency. High insurance and uninsurable property are economically detrimental. We know that property owners are receiving cancellations here in Placer County. The county's attempting to collect that data, but there isn't a mandate for property owners to report that. So it remains in the anecdotal category, but we do know that there is a significant number of cancellations occurring. Fire personnel and the community are put at greater risk as services are reduced due to the insufficient revenue. So the only way to increase revenue, given the fact that fire services are at bare bones operationally already, is through a voter-approved parcel tax. That's the only form of stable revenue going forward. So I mentioned right off about the share of property taxes. This is the share that each of the zones of benefit and the fire districts are receiving from the 1%. So 0.074 of 1% is what North Auburn and Ophir is receiving. And just to kind of give perspective, on average, for general fund provided services, the county receives about 15% of the property tax share. School districts receive about 20%. So these districts don't even receive a fraction of the percent. And again, that is locked in due to 1978 tax reform. So where are these districts and zones of benefit? And I'm going to turn this way. This is the Forest Hill Fire District. This is Placer Hills. Penryn is right here. And then I have to cheat to look at my numbers here. Dry Creek is in this area. There's the boundary line. And so that's Dry Creek, which is zone of benefit 65. West Placer goes up around this way. And you should have a copy of this there. Dry Creek is zone of benefit 165. And then North Auburn is this area right here. So those are the geographic areas of which this report pertains to. I'm going to go through the rest of these slides. I've done a set of 3 slides for every district and every zone. It's the same story, so to make a point but not belabor it, and then there's some reference information on these structural imbalances related to each of the fire districts and the zones of benefit. So again, cost increases at bare bones staffing and deferred equipment replacement is exceeding revenue growth. So this is Placer Hills. This is how they have utilized their fund balance. When you see the sharp dips in fund balance, that is typically where a district is, at that point, has been compelled to dip into those reserves to replace equipment. They're using the equipment beyond its useful life, which then means that maintenance costs increase. They have been unable to take money from their operating budgets to put aside sufficient money in anticipation of equipment replacement. So money is not going in, money is being taken out to backfill the deficit spending due to the revenue expenditure imbalance. So for Placer Hills, it is probably in the best shape of the 3 districts, but within 3 years, they will deplete their fund balance. Again, they are not able to put money away as they should for equipment replacement, and so at that point, they will have no alternative without a voter-approved parcel tax increase in revenues, but to decrease service by reducing station hours. Forest Hill, again, the story is the same, where expenditure growth is outpacing revenue growth, creating an ongoing structural imbalance. This is their pattern of backfilling the deficits, and they are expected to run out of their fund balance and reserves during the next fiscal year. And that's reflected in this slide. Penryn is in the most dire financial straits. They will run out of fund balance and no longer have fund balance or reserves available to backfill their deficits sometime by late this summer at the latest. At that point, again, without a parcel tax increase, they will be faced with additional service reductions such as station brownouts. And this shows that depletion of fund balance occurring in the very near future. So in this table is meant to show where communities have supported their fire districts through either landowner approved or voter approved benefit assessments or parcel taxes. And so I'd like to call your attention to the revenue rank where you see Loomis Fire ranked at number 8. Their rate of property tax share is the lowest of all districts. However, if you go to the second column to the last, they have changed that and made their total revenue from property taxes and voter and landowner approved tax measures to number 3. South Placer is number 1 in terms of its property tax share. They are in the process of a merger and to increase efficiencies even more. I would also note that South Placer has the highest level of staffing. Although it's not universal, they are generally at 3 personnel per unit, and they have advanced life support, and Loomis just recently added advanced life support. Because Loomis has been able to bring itself up on a more equal revenue footing with South Placer, that is the reason that they are able to have meaningful discussions about merging. And in fact, the 2 boards have authorized submitting the merger to LAFCO, and their application has been submitted to LAFCO. So I just wanted to reflect here how voters can make a difference in the sustainability and the level of service with their fire for their fire services. So the independent fire districts, again, their expenses have outpaced revenues. The minimum wage mandate is really the straw that is breaking the camel's back, as well as escalating equipment costs. They are operating at the bare minimum, deferring replacement of equipment beyond its useful life, and the staff is largely unbenefited and receiving wages at or a little above minimum wage. They can't afford to set aside equipment, capital for equipment replacement, and they're using the reserves when absolutely necessary to replace the equipment. They will be depleting their fund balances, within 3 years or less, probably more like 2 and 2 of the fire districts, Penryn and Forest Hill, before the end of the next fiscal year. Again, the only way that they can really have a meaningful sustaining revenue is through a voter-approved parcel tax. So with that, I'm going to move on to the zones of benefit. Western Placer was a area that did not have fire service, and therefore it does not receive a share of property taxes. It is funded through a county-wide county fire share. So in all areas of the county that did not have fire service back in 1978, there is a small share of property tax that goes to the county, and Western Placer is supported through that fire tax, or that share of fire taxes, and also through general fund contributions. That share of property taxes is also used now to purchase equipment on a system-wide basis that is throughout other zones of benefits as well. So they are deficit spending when it comes to revenues versus expenditures. However, they do have an accumulation of fund balance, again, because of receiving a share of the county fire fund tax and also general fund contributions. Dry Creek is in a similar situation. Dry Creek was a former fire district that where the county now provides fire service. It received a very small share of property taxes, and it is in the same situation where the costs associated with providing service are escalating beyond the revenues. And so they are also deficit spending and backfilling. The county keeps separate accounting for each of the areas where there was a former fire district, and therefore it is tracked that way. So they will be out of fund balance within the next year. North Auburn, Ophir are two former fire districts, the Rock Creek Fire District and the Ophir Fire District, which were collapsed into Placer Consolidated. And again, the districts became insolvent and the county took over providing fire service. Again, the county provides that fire service through a contract with CAL FIRE. Deficit spending is backfilled using fund balance, and that fund balance will be depleted by fiscal year 2021. So fire system conclusions. Again, the county inherited, if you will, the revenues from the former fire districts. In the case of Western Placer, there was not a fire district, so there is no such revenue there. Labor costs are increasing, equipment costs are increasing. Again, the county fire fund is utilized to purchase equipment for use throughout the zones of benefit. Recently, the board approved an apparatus and equipment purchasing policy that allows for more flexible utilization of the apparatus throughout the zones of benefit. It has also experienced a diminished volunteer rank. There are several stations that are still operated on a volunteer basis, but again, a long-term expectation for volunteers really is not reasonable. The current costs are projected to rise by 2.3 to 2.6 million in the next fiscal year. That's 19 to 22%. It should be noted that the county has an obligation in its contract to make CAL FIRE whole for its expenses, and that's pursuant to Health and Safety Code, or I might not have that right, but it's a state statute. And as a result, to ensure that their adequate funding is set aside, all costs are calculated on a worst-case scenario basis, if you will. So all staffing costs are calculated at the highest salary step. And last year, there was about $1.5 million that was unutilized from that contract. So it should be noted that while it's done on a worst-case scenario basis, it is not uncommon for a certain amount of that contract to go unutilized every year. And that contract is renegotiated, if you will, annually. Continued reliance on county fire fund revenues without additional county fund contribution is not likely to be sustainable. The continued use of county general fund contributions obviously impacts other county provided services. With this, I'm going to get ready here to transition over to SCI related to the parcel tax, but this slide summarizes the deficit amounts that are projected in the operating budgets going forward for the next 5 years and the total amount that it would take to compensate. And that for the 3 zones of benefit does not include the county general fund current contribution of $1.7 million. So this is the additional money for those 3 zones of benefit that will be needed beyond the $1.7 million county general fund contribution that's currently being made. So with that, I'd be glad to take your questions and your comments before turning it over to Susan Barnes with SCI on the results of the survey of voters that your board authorized earlier this fiscal year.
Supervisor Holmes.
First of all, Janine and Elena, thank you so much for your leadership on this. It's been very, very valuable to the board and to the fire districts involved. We really appreciate it. Having been on a fire board for many years, it's the same story. The revenues never keep up with the expenses. And before the 1978 tax reform, fire districts were very conservative. They had to be, but they were volunteer. They had pancake breakfast. They had fireman's ball. A lot of the volunteers took money out of their own pocket to help the fire service move forward. But then as things changed and laws changed and it became more costly, fire districts have never been able to keep up. Prior to the tax reform of 1978, actually after that, fire districts could go out and raise, the board had taxing authority, and they could go out and raise revenue by a protest vote. And that's what happened at Placer Consolidated. We were able to go out on a protest vote, and if 50% plus 1 protested, then it wouldn't pass. But that was too easy. So then Proposition 18 came along and took the taxing authority away from the fire district boards and gave it to the people. And then they had to go out and get 2/3 vote, which is very, very difficult. So that's why we find ourselves in this position now. So I just want to let everyone understand how this has all worked over the years. Fire districts being conservative back in those days were very, they're all actually being punished for their conservatives way of doing business and running fire districts by the seat of their pants. So anyhow, we need to move forward on this. So I just wanted to make those comments and thank you so much.
You're welcome. Just to that point, Loomis also was able to pass based on a benefit assessment, which is a landowner vote, which was 50%
right.
Plus 1 or based on a protest vote. And due to a lawsuit, no one has pursued that avenue since.
Yeah, and it passed by 70%.
Right. So that really isn't available.
Right.
Before we move on to SCI, I just really want to take the opportunity to publicly thank the both of you. I know that you have both put incredible amounts of time to this and that it goes well beyond the scope of our expectation of what our treasurer, tax collector, and her incredible staff would do. I've received emails from both of you in the middle of the night and on weekends on this, and just thank you very, very much for pulling together the background, the information, the data from which both we, as responsible parties for the zones of benefit, and the independent districts can make some decisions about how we try to move forward with the future of our districts. I think we'll hear from SCI, and then I'll bring it back to the board for any particular comments around this portion of the presentation before we move to Ryan and elections. So take it away.
So I'm Susan from SCI Consulting Group. I have Maria Garcia Adarve and Sonia Ortega, who've been working very hard on this survey with me. Janine had no idea I was about to say this, but I'd just like to say we do work with special districts, cities and counties all throughout the state, and we have very much enjoyed working with your staff here at Placer County. These are some of the smartest, most dedicated, hardworking people, really number-crunching folks that we've ever worked with, and it's truly been a pleasure working with both of you. So I appreciate all of your work, too, and making our job easy by really working very hard with us and being so responsive whenever we asked you anything. So we appreciate that. So we'll get to the survey that we did. So we had a couple of objectives. One was to evaluate the support and priorities that registered voters have within the 3 fire districts and the 3 county service areas that you were hearing about earlier, and to measure the level of support for a local funding measure in each of those separately to see whether the voters would be supportive of going forward with a special tax. So what we did is additionally a property and voter analysis to make sure we understood what the different types of properties were and how many voters you had. Then we mailed surveys on January 26th, and those were returned through February 24th. So they were out in the field for about a month. The surveys were mailed to over 34,000 voters, and we got about over 6,000 surveys returned back to us. And then there's a breakdown here as to how many surveys were mailed and how many surveys were returned in each of those 6 fire agencies. And then also the margin of error. So the margin of error for them were pretty good for North Auburn Offer because it's so large. We were able to get a margin of error of about 2%. Then the highest margin of error was for Dry Creek because it's one of the smallest ones, and that was about 4%. So pretty good margin of error. So the numbers that you're going to see should be pretty close to what it would have been if we'd gone forward with a parcel tax election on January 26th instead of a survey. The surveys tested different rates. Those rates were based on those needs. So the county's numbers in terms of how much money each district was spending and what the budget gap was. The intention of the rates that were chosen was to close that budget gap so that they wouldn't have extra money to spend, but they should have enough to get by and it would be sustainable in future years. So Penryn tested $240 per residential unit, a little less for vacant, 10 cents per square foot for commercial. Forest Hill opted for just a flat tax, $180 for every parcel, regardless of use. Placer Hills went for $96 per residential unit, a little less for vacant, and 9 cents per building square foot for commercial. And then the 3 county CSAs all went for the same rate of $45 per residential unit, a little less for vacant, and then 9 cents for building square foot. So the important thing is what are the results? And again, you need 2/3 to pass a parcel tax. And here we can see the results for each of those agencies. The lowest support was in West Placer with under 40% support. The highest was in Forest Hill with 66.4%, which is just a smidge below the 2/3 that you need. And then Penryn was also very close to the 2/3. This tells you how many folks said, the dark green on the bottom is said definitely yes, how many people said probably yes, and then probably no and definitely no. This is just straight how many people said that. A little more useful, I think, is the next slide with the percentages. And you can see there's a real challenge, especially in West Placer. Not only did you not get the 2/3, but over 50% of the people said definitely no. No matter what, there's no way we're going to vote yes for this, which is very unfortunate. You do see for Forest Hill and Penryn, which were the ones very close, they also had relatively large, about 25% of the people saying definitely no, but they do both have this sort of probably no category where those folks may actually be persuaded if they to vote for it if they better understood the financial position and the fact that both of those districts will run out of money in the next 6 months if they don't get a parcel tax passed, and I'm not sure all the voters understand that at this point. So what we found is that the overall support was below the 2/3 in all 6 agencies.
The response rate for each agency, though, was appropriate for a statistically valid result. Both Forest Hill and Penryn were the ones with the highest level of support. The Penryn results may have been skewed a little high because they had a very enthusiastic community member who emailed a bunch of supporters to get them to answer the survey. And so we're not sure whether those survey results are a little higher than they would have been if that person hadn't been so enthusiastic about that. We do hope they'll be enthusiastic getting out the vote, though, when it comes time to vote. We always want as many people as possible to vote. In particular, what we found across these agencies is that people are concerned about preservation of response times and services. They do value the services they're getting from the fire districts. There's a lot of confusion out there about the SRA fee, also sometimes referred to as the CAL FIRE fee. It's the fee paid to CAL FIRE for folks who are in the state responsibility area. People think they're being double taxed, and they don't understand that the districts and the county service areas don't get any of that money. They don't understand why. They don't understand that that fee is only for fire prevention. It cannot be used for fire suppression or for medical response services. And so I think that could be better explained to the voters throughout the county. And in fact, that's a confusion we find throughout the state. So that's not unique to Placer County, but it is affecting, I think, the ability to pass taxes locally. There's some perception that some of the fire agencies could spend their money more wisely. People don't understand why a fire truck sometimes shows up for medical emergencies, but many people who had a fire truck show up for medical emergencies did write and say how grateful they are for them coming and saving their loved ones. There is a concern about some people having the ability to pay the proposed tax, so they may be very supportive of this fire agency, but people who are on fixed incomes are always concerned when taxes go up. There's also a misperception that the county could just easily fund the county service areas out of its general fund. Why do we even need? I think that's why you found, even though the county service areas were testing a lower rate, I think that's why you found lower support, is there's this idea that county has deep pockets, and I think we could possibly do some education of people as why you don't actually have this huge pot of money that you could just give to this. They don't understand that piece of it. What has happened already is late last month, the Board of Directors of the Forest Hill Fire Protection District and the Penryn Fire Protection District, based on the information about the finances from the county, as well as the survey results, have voted to go forward with a parcel tax election at the rates that they tested in the survey. The Board of Directors of Placer Hills Fire Protection District has voted not to go forward with a parcel tax at this time. They actually, luckily, do have a little bit more time, a couple years before they run out of money, and my understanding is they'll probably try to do some outreach and education to their community to better explain their financial position, and then maybe take another look at it in a year or two. What we would recommend for the county service areas is that you start a strong community outreach campaign to explain to your voters why you're not receiving any money from the SRA fee. That's not that you're lazy and not asking for it, but you actually can't use it for these purposes or obtain it. To explain to them the impact of reduced emergency services on health, safety, and insurance costs. And I know the county's already trying to collect information from folks who are having their insurance canceled, and that can be very persuasive to people. And make sure you communicate that county service areas do have strong accountability and oversight of funds, that they are each accounted for separately from the other CSAs, that you do have solid foundational and forward planning, and their ties to the community. And I would suggest always that you maintain, I think you've had great transparency, and continue that transparency and clearly explain why more revenue is needed. And so any questions about the survey results?
I see no questions from the board about the survey results. Very concise and clear presentation of a lot of data that was gathered. My thanks to all of you at CSI. You've done just an CSI. Too much TV. You've done a fantastic job on this, and I think you've really created the opportunity for the fire districts and us, again, to move forward on our future. This treasure tax collector item is just informational. It's just a presentation at this point. But before we move to the next item, I wanted to give the fire districts that are here an opportunity to come up to weigh in on this, only if you want to. No pressure, no obligation, but if you do have something that you would like to add to this conversation before we move to the elections piece, please do so. Please come forward, Mr. Reams, and identify yourself. I know who you are, but no one else does. Actually, that's probably not true.
I'd just like to thank everybody that did this work, Mrs. Windeshausen and you guys and Elena. You guys, you were very much involved. You two especially. We very much appreciate what you've done here because it's actually come to the facts that it's not just the fire district saying something. It's the county is saying, yeah, you're in trouble. You're right, and we appreciate that. And I'd like to add one more thing, and that is. We have 2 at each station, but if we send 2 down in the ambulance, then we only have 2 in the whole district. So, and we have had many times all 4 are gone in the ambulance, so nobody covering our district. So we have a little bit more of a staffing problem than the other districts do. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Reams. Anyone else in the public want to comment on this before we move to the next half of this presentation? Thank you. Please come forward.
I'm Alex Harvey, and I sit on the board of directors of Placer Hills Fire. And I just wanted to point out to the board that the $96 that we asked for in the survey was a very conservative figure that we picked. And we did that deliberately just to test the waters of the voters and find out what we could get. And it appears that we're not even close to coming to the 2/3 we need to pass. There's a lot of undecisive in there, and I think when it's time to vote, a lot of people will vote no, I think, on that undecisive part of the survey. So what we actually need is about $300, more, about 3 times that, to keep our services about the same. So I just wanted to bring that to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Any other questions or comments from the board or any member of the public before we move forward to the second half of the presentation? Okay, I just have, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
Yeah, I just want to echo my appreciation for the great work that y'all did. You know, it's not the kind of news we like to hear, but it gives us a really good foundation. In some cases, we've known for some time we were headed in the wrong direction. Some cases, it appears that new regulation is amplifying or even driving our direction, but it's an issue we're going to have to, certainly not going to go away, and so this gives us a real solid foundation, I think, to consider what options are and will be available. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a few comments before we move on. One, I think it's really important to recognize that this is something that impacts all 5 of the districts. It is not just something that is unique to Supervisor Holmes and my districts. And it impacts everyone in Placer County, because if you happen to be out of your home district, Truckee Fire is my district. They're a bi-county agency, but I am down here a lot. I'm up in Forest Hill. I want to make sure that I have the same level of response throughout the county that I have in my own home. And so I think it's important to recognize that there are implications for all of us, whether we are residents of these particular districts or zones of benefit or not. I want to touch very briefly on the $15 an hour cost driver for the districts. Right now, some of our firefighters are making $11.50 an hour. $15 an hour for a highly trained firefighter, and in many cases paramedic, is nothing. But it can drive these districts really into bankruptcy if we don't take some action to move forward on this. I have a little bit of history and context in this, in that I met my husband when I was a volunteer at Donner Summit Fire. He was a paid guy. It was Donner Summit Fire at the time. It was taken over a number of years ago by Truckee Fire. It was the best thing that we could do as a fire district, and we had to pay more. And Truckee Fire and the folks from now the former Donner Summit Fire did a great job of education and outreach, and educated all of us in our response area as to why it was important to pay this new and additional parcel tax. And, you know, I'm very concerned about what you have presented today, all of you. I think Forest Hill Fire and Penryn are taking the right steps, but we as a board are really going to need to step it up with our own zones of benefit and figure out how better to manage fire response in Placer County. And those are my comments on that. So thank you all for the first half of the presentation. Did anyone have anything that you wanted to say in closing before we move to Ryan? Microphone, please.
I just wanted to comment that in addition to the staff working group, there was a policy group that was guided by you, Chairwoman Montgomery, and Supervisor Holmes, and County Executive David Bosch, and that was very, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will now move, that was just a review. We received the 2 presentations. We are now going to move to item 6, Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters, Fire District Survey and Elections Results.
Well,
welcome. Still good morning.
Still good morning, Madam Chair and honorable board members. I'm Ryan Ronco, Clerk Recorder Registrar of Voters. With me is Lisa Kramer, your Assistant County Clerk, and Hader Garcia, your Elections Manager.
And I'm sorry, Supervisor Duran, your light is on. Was there something?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment with regards to just, moving forward. I live in the city of Roseville, so I don't have the challenge here, although, costs are still going up there. But, for me, it comes down to one of two things. You either vote for the parcel tax and control your own destiny, or I'm assuming that the fallback position is the county. And for voters that live in these districts, they have to ask themselves a critical question. Do you want to control your own destiny, or do you want the county to make decisions for you?
All right, then.
That's the perfect segue, actually, because that's what we're here to discuss. So that's great. I'm here to present the requests of the Forest Hill Fire Protection District and the Penryn Fire Protection District to conduct all-mail ballot elections on July 11th, 2017. These would be all-mail ballot elections, as in voters would receive their ballots in the mail. There would not be any traditional polling places associated with this election. Normally, these requests are very pro forma. They go on to your consent agenda. But both districts in this instance have requested to have the fees related to the election waived. And since I have no authority to waive election-related fees, I'm seeking your direction on these requests. Through discussions with County Counsel's Office and the Treasurer Tax Collector, I've identified 2 options for your consideration. Require the districts to provide written confirmation that they guarantee payment of the election services, or waive payment of the fees I would charge for election services and authorize payment from an appropriate county fund. I would assume that a third option could be some combination of these 2 options, some fees paid by the county fund and some paid by the district, but the options are limited only by your imagination. So there you go.
Wow, I feel like I'm at Disneyland.
That's right, exactly. My office estimates the cost of these elections to be $39,920 for Forest Hill and $370 for Penryn, although our hope is to conduct these elections for less than those estimates. So I'm requesting you give my office permission to conduct these elections, first and foremost, for the Forest Hill Fire Protection District and the Penryn Fire Protection District, and that you provide me with direction regarding payment of these services. I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you may have, or defer to Janine Windishausen for any direct questions regarding payment from an appropriate county fund, if you wish for more information there.
But the Elections Department is ready to move forward with this based upon whatever direction we get today.
That's correct. And we've already actually been laying the groundwork for these elections because the requests came pretty late in the game, of course, anticipating that these would probably move forward with your board.
Okay. Supervisor Holmes?
Ryan and Lisa, thank you for moving forward on this as quickly as you can. As far as the payment of the fees, I have no problem waiving the payment of the fees on the condition that when the parcel taxes are passed, there is a provision that the fees be paid back over time to the county. So that's my position on waiving the fees.
And Supervisor Holmes, just as a clarification on that, those would be waived if for some reason the parcel tax did not pass. Is that correct? Supervisor Euler?
And where would the costs then be borne?
I think we would ask
Proposing
Janine
general fund, or
where
who,
that might be
who's gonna
available.
pay if,
I would suggest that the county fire fund, it does have, it's the one fund that has fund balance that is not imminently out of money, and that's where the money come from to offset the registrar of voters for the services of his office.
And the fire fund, the dollars in the existing fire fund are collected how?
Those are collected in areas of the county from the high country out into the west part of the county where there was no fire service in 1978 by a district or an incorporated city. And in West Placer, the county now provides fire service there. So it's county-wide, and it's a very small share of the 1%.
So that little portion would then be subsidizing these elections should they fail?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from any member of the board on this? Okay, I'll open it up to the public. Any questions or comments from any member of the public on this portion of the presentation? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
Parcel tax passes, that there'll be arrangements to have those funds paid back over a period of time.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Under discussion?
Under discussion?
I would just like to encourage the folks in Forest Hill and Penryn who are interested in engaging in a campaign that you be mindful of the fact that while the original polling data in Forest Hill looks a little more favorable, we just went through this exercise recently. And in about 2013, 2014, we did a poll on a transportation tax, and it polled at 61% favorable. And PCTPA then spent 2 years and over $200,000 trying to educate the public on what the issues were. And after 2 years and $200,000 of educating the public, we did another poll in February of last year, and that came back at 63%. So it only moved within the margin of error. And our board then chose to move forward and place a sales tax measure on the ballot in the last election. And after spending $1 million, we got to 64%. So just because you're sitting at 66.4% in Forest Hill, don't think that it's going to be easy to get to that 2/3. Typically, for success on these kinds of measures, you want to be north of that number and anticipate that you're going to lose a little bit going in. So while I support putting this in front of the voters, and I hope the voters will heed Supervisor Duran's admonition in that regard, this is in no way, shape, or form should be assumed to be a done deal. I hope that those that are asking this board to take this step are prepared to go, and this is going to be a doorstep by doorstep campaign. This is one where you need to be picking up the phone and calling your neighbors. This is not a robocall campaign. This is not a generic mailer campaign. This is Bob calling Bill to say, Bill, this is why you got to vote for this. So I encourage you to follow through and hopefully improve the chances for success as this moves forward.
Supervisor Euler, thank you for those comments. I can full-heartedly echo them, but as equally full-heartedly let you know that at least in Forest Hill, that is already occurring. The board and staff have been, since we sent the survey out, have been at multiple community meetings, really laying the groundwork in the expectation that the board would take the action to move forward, and that then our board would give approval for elections. So I can't speak for any of the other areas, but speaking for Forest Hill, they've got this bone in their teeth, and they are not going to let it go until they have success.
And I'm sure what you meant to say is that the board is actively campaigning, the staff is providing information.
Yes,
and
of course.
support. That's
Yes.
what I'm sure you meant to say.
They are
Thank you.
all informing people
Okay.
eloquently and elaborately. All right. Jim, your light is still on?
No, I just want to say Penryn is doing the same thing. They've got a very robust campaign committee already started up, and they'll be having a meeting later this week to move forward with it. And I'll be there to help them.
Great. Supervisor Wygant.
I just think it's important, I guess, to echo what's just been said. I've been involved in 2 of these issues myself on fire specifically, and it just comes down to having an intelligent campaign, but mostly it's just hard work. I mean, walking precincts and making telephone calls and taking some leadership. And I want to express my support of the motion also, because I think we're playing a constructive role in encouraging the kind of solution that really is going to have to occur for all of our county fire if we're going to get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Any more discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone who has worked so diligently on this. Now the hard work begins. All right, we've completed all our timed items, so we are going to move to item 7B. I lost track there for a moment. Under department items, this is an update on the Sunset Area Plan and Plaza Ranch specific plans. I'm going to turn that over to Supervisor Holmes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson with Placer County Planning Services Division. Here today to give you an update on the Sunset Area Plan process, and included in that the Placer Ranch specific plan. So in 2014, just by way of background, your board directed the initiation of a new Sunset Area Plan with the overall objective to rebrand the area in order to achieve the county's long-term vision of creating economic and job growth. And then in April of 2016, based on your board's direction, we incorporated the Plaza Ranch specific plan into the overall area plan work program. And so really the understanding was that the advancement of the Plaza Ranch specific plan is really critical to achieving success within the Sunset area, with really the cornerstone of the Plaza Ranch specific plan being the inclusion of a roughly 300-acre campus of the California State University, Sacramento. So again, we are here today to provide you with an update on the work program. Here with me today is Michelle Kingsbury, who is working on the Plaza Ranch piece. I'm really working on the Sunset piece, so I'll give you an overall update of the Sunset and then hand it off to Michelle to touch on Plaza Ranch. So for the area plan, the work program included a number of components that really inform and ultimately make up the area plan. To date, we've completed an existing conditions report, an economic market analysis, an opportunities and constraints report, and then also the preferred land use plan, which was presented to your board back in September. So since our last update to your board then in September, we have expanded the area plan boundary based upon feedback from your board to include contiguous land holdings at the western edge of the Sunset Area Plan, which have been assigned a land use designation of Innovative Center. That expansion increases the area plan by 325 acres for a total roughly of about 8,500 acres for the Sunset area. Your board also directed us to allow residential uses in some of the area plan land use designations where residential uses could be really subordinate and complementary to employment or job center uses, and so we have also done that. You'll find a modified Sunset Area Plan draft land use diagram included in your staff report, Attachment A. We also released a notice of preparation for the environmental analysis that was released on November 3rd. It was out for a 45-day public review period, which closed on December 16th. During that time, we did conduct 2 environmental scoping meetings. We received 17 comments on the NOP and have been working with our consultants to really summarize those and prep us for the environmental analysis. In terms of documents and tasks that are currently under development right now, we are preparing the administrative draft of the Sunset Area Policy document. So we're currently evaluating the goals and the policies and preparing that plan. Notably, I would like to point out that we are exploring some refinements to the existing policy related to the landfill buffer. We have been reviewing several landfill studies to really understand various approaches and technologies that are available, and how other jurisdictions address compatibility through land use policies. So that is something we're doing right now. We've also been engaging with the landfill authority staff to work towards sort of mutually agreeable policy related to the landfill buffer. So that's underway. In addition, we have been working on stormwater surface detainment or surface drainage detainment, and have been actually meeting with the city of Roseville to explore utilizing properties outside the plan area and within the city's jurisdiction to really mitigate stormwater runoff impacts. And so we've been talking to Roseville specifically about capacity at one of their locations. Those conversations are still underway. We have identified this item as a critical path item in order to maintain our schedule. Another critical path item has been the completion of a what's called the Athens Avenue Sewer Alternatives Study. This was a study being conducted by the county's Environmental Engineering Division. I will point out that that study is complete. And so we've reviewed it, it's complete, and what it does is it informs the tech studies that are needed to really start environmental analysis. So again, that was a critical path item, which is finalized, and so we are now working on the tech studies. Another item is implementing zoning regulations. So as reported to your board in September, the land use designations for the area plan really require more detailed planning to better define how development will really achieve the county's economic development objectives. So basically, the land use designations included in the Sunset are different from what we have in our general plan in other areas of the county. And so as a result, we really need to have develop implementing zoning regulations and districts that will implement those land use designations. And so this is a task that was not previously scoped. We are working with the consultants on an approach to develop a set of regulations to meet our goals, very similar to what we did in the Tahoe area for the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, where we have a very distinct set of zoning regulations to implement the policy document. I will point out again that was not initially scoped in the area plan work program, so we do expect to be back before your board with a contract amendment to fund that task, as well as some other tasks associated with the expansion of the Sunset area, and then ongoing coordination with the Plaza Ranch project. I'd also like to point out that also in parallel to the preparation of the area plan, we have been working with the consultants to prepare corridor design standards and guidelines for the area plan. So this would cover streetscape and project standards and guidelines to really convey the vision of key corridor and gateway areas within the Sunset area. I would point out, too, there are design standards and guidelines that will be included in the Plaza Ranch project, and so we're going to be coordinating and really working closely to make sure that all of those standards, really, there's some continuity there in terms of design themes throughout the area. So in terms of environmental analysis, as I noted, the NOP was released. We are waiting now for completed tech studies in order to really begin and really launch into that admin draft analysis, and anticipating that to occur in June. Alongside that is a capital improvement and finance plan. Michelle is going to touch on this a little bit more, but just wanted to point out that the goal really is to develop a financing strategy that identifies key areas of opportunity for infrastructure investment. This task, I will point out, was initially included as part of the area plan scope. However, and again, as Michelle will highlight, we're modifying that scope to cover the Plaza Ranch specific plan area, and so we've been working with the consultants to initiate that effort. So with that, what I'm going to do is turn it over to Michelle, and then what we'll do is close just kind of talking about the schedule moving forward to adoption.
Thank you, Michelle Kingsbury with the County Executive Office. Crystal did an excellent job of kind of overviewing where we're at. In terms of the Plaza Ranch side, we have completed a first round of tech studies. We've gotten feedback from both City of Roseville as well as county staff. We're waiting on the demands from the Sunset Area Plan related to the current land use plan that's attached in your board report. That should be coming shortly. In addition, with the completion of the sewer alternatives study, we'll be able to launch into updating the sewer tech study with that information too. It'll take roughly 3 to 5 weeks to update those tech studies. As noted this morning, obviously traffic is very important. That tends to lag behind. Those typically take about 6 to 8 weeks long, and we'll certainly circle back with our neighboring jurisdictions just to make sure we've reached out with them. As I mentioned earlier, it is our intent to, particularly on the traffic side with the NOP comments, we've really scrubbed them and spent quite a bit of time with internal staff as well as our consultants, making sure we had a path to address their concerns. As Crystal mentioned, there are some critical paths in terms of the tech studies that may impact or affect the timelines that we've noted in the staff report. The drainage or offsite detention is certainly one of them. We've been working very collaboratively with the City of Roseville and looking at their offsite, their drainage detention facility, and seeing what the capacity is after accounting for the Roseville's needs. We're continuing to meet probably every 3 to 4 weeks and drilling that avenue down, I think, very positively and collaboratively. It's just very technical. It may slightly lag behind, but we're setting up regular meetings. We've been meeting in the previous months as well, just trying to determine what the capacity is and how much flow we can get within that offsite detention basin. Traffic, obviously, is another one. It's a big scope of work. Fair and Piers is the Placer Ranch traffic consultant, but they're leading the bulk of the work along with the Sunset traffic consultant, which is Kittleson. So they'll be working together to help update that tech study. We're also working through with Placer Parkway, another critical path, as we've recently gotten some correspondence with our adjacent development that's proposed for annexation within the city of Roseville, and we potentially may need to look at some additional alignments and studies to make sure we position the project well in terms of their permitting strategy once assuming entitlements are approved and they launch into permitting, that we're analyzing and making sure that we're looking at alternatives to address the recent correspondence that our adjacent project has received from Army Corps of Engineers. And lastly, as Crystal did mention, in terms of the scope and scale of Placer Ranch does warrant both a full-blown fiscal impact analysis as well as a finance plan. And we're kind of merging that together with the overall finance plan of Sunset, and we've begun to launch into that. We're looking through potential phasing and things like that. And that information as well is quite informative as we're looking at the infrastructure finance district, and all that kind of starts to blend together. Certainly our critical path is to get those tech studies updated and reviewed, because then that informs both the environmental document as well as the fiscal and finance plans, and we can begin to run cost estimates and things like that. But just wanted to keep you abreast of those critical paths that may impact the schedule, but certainly we're committed to continuing to work forward. It's a big project. It's over 8,100 acres total. When you combine both, it's very complicated, but we've got a good team working forward, and a lot of us are here today in case there's any specific questions you'd like to ask.
So with that, I'd just like to talk about what this means in terms of the overall schedule. As we noted, we're currently working on finalizing these tech studies with a goal really to begin the environmental analysis in June. That is the plan. We do anticipate a preliminary public review drafts of the area plan and the specific plan to be released kind of late summer, and would be outreaching to stakeholders with those documents, and also touching base with the board, coming back for a hearing to kind of outline what those look like, as well as the Planning Commission. We do expect a public review draft environmental document, a public review draft area plan, and specific plan to be prepared and ready for review by late winter or early, kind of late 2017, early 2018, which generally puts us at a final release late spring, early summer, and targeted deliberations, Planning Commission and board deliberations next summer. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah. What role, if any, are we playing in assisting the Brookfield folks with the problems they're experiencing with the regulatory agencies on the specific alignment within the parkway?
Excellent question. We have participated in a few meetings together. Obviously, Placer Parkway transcends across both properties. We're working together. We've attended meetings with Army Corps, with the City of Roseville. Greg McKenzie and I have talked quite a bit, as well as Ken's group, and working. That's obviously a facility that goes across both properties, and we're going to have to coordinate.
As Robert well knows, the greatest risk that we have run, one of the greatest risks we have run in moving forward with this PCCP process all along, is we get to the finish line or really close, and then the agencies just choose to ignore the commitments they've been making all along. And with the Parkway was a covered project and assumed 100% take in the entire alignment of the Parkway. So the PCCP has plenty of land for mitigation for, if we were to take the entire 1,000 foot of width, which we know we're not, we're going to be looking at just north of 300 feet. But the PCCP provides coverage assuming we took the entire 1,000 feet all the way through. And to be at this point where we do have a project that all along, even though it's going into the city of Roseville, which is not a participating jurisdiction, we do have a project that all along has said we want to be PCCP compliant, get to this point and have the agencies now start to question calculations within alignments and start to question the take and all the other things which we've already covered is very, very disconcerting. And I hope we're communicating effectively to the agencies that this is not the kind of cooperation that not only we as the county, but the development community, upon whom we are relying for participation in this in order to make it work in the first place, this is not what we're looking for as the first real project out of the box. Or out of the gate. Starting gate, that's it, out of the gate. So I would just hope that we as a county continue to be involved. Like I said, even though it's a Roseville project, they've made it very clear, Brookfield all along has made it very clear they want to be a PCCP compliant project. We individually in 2006, 2007 identified the Parkway as a covered project. That's the Parkway in total, not just the parts in the unincorporated county. We've already analyzed total take in this area. So really?
I'm not sure he was looking for a specific response.
No. That's the Wygant therapy session.
Yeah.
That is.
And speaking of which, Supervisor Wygant.
A little bit of therapy, but so first of all, thanks to both of you for all the effort. I know you're putting a lot of energy into all of this, which is just fine with me, of course, but I want to thank you for that publicly, and then also just kind of mapping onto Kirk's comments specifically and generally. If you have any questions or anything that you think that I might be able to help with, and that this is in my district, I'm more than happy to do that. Don't hesitate to holler if I can help out. And as it relates to things like Brookfield and the PCCP, in that after all these years, Kirk and I having been on the ad hoc committee together, you develop relationships, and there are times and circumstances where we may be able to be of some help because of those relationships. And some are better than others, of course. But if it just strikes you that we may be, Greg is really up to speed with all of that and how that can plug in. But again, I think both of us would be more than happy to help out on that. And we do have concurrent value in the Brookfield project and how it's going through all of this. So. To the extent that we may be assisting, I think we're both willing to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, the topic of Brookfield / Amoruso came up during lunch with the Roseville city manager about a week and a half ago, and he's very interested in the discussions that we're having with the Corps related to Placer Vineyards, and there was a similar problem that we're working through there as well. So I pledge my support, as well as any contacts with Cedra. I think they're going to have a similar approach based on the letter and the correspondence that we sent to the Corps related to the vineyards issue. So I think he's going to be circling back with us on that. So
thank you.
Any other questions or comments for the board before I open it up to the public? Okay, seeing none. Are there any members of the public who have any comments or questions on this? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. This was just an update. This does not require any action. Thank you both very much for the updated information. We will now move to item 7C, Schaefer's Mill Phase 3B Final Map, tract number ESD 15-00330. Leslie Amesbury presenting.
Good morning.
Paul Thompson.
I'm Paul Thompson. I'm Leslie Amesbury with ESD. This is the final map for Schaefer's Mill 3B, Phase 3B. Schaefer's Mill development was originally approved to create up to 462 units and is located in the Mardes Valley. south of Highway 267 and west of Schaefer Mill Road. This phase creates 41 single-family residential lots and 1 open space golf course lot. The improvements within this subdivision are streets, sewer, water, storm drain, and other miscellaneous items. The streets in this subdivision are private with maintenance provided by the homeowners association. Security sufficient to cover the cost of the public improvements has been provided by the subdivider. The developer has satisfied all the conditions of approval, so we are requesting your approval of the final map and subdivision improvement agreement. And Paul and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from any member of the board on this? If you would, Paul or Leslie, could you address how the developer and the development is addressing affordable housing, their housing component of it?
Sure thing. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Paul Thompson with the Community Development Resource Agency. So the Schaefer's Mill project is required to construct 56 workforce housing units on site. Over the past several months, with the assistance of our county counsel's office, the county has entered into a binding agreement with the developer relating to the satisfaction of this requirement on the Schaefer's Mill project site. The agreement provides for time frames for recordation of a final map that would create a 5-acre parcel, which would include all access easements and utility easements. The parcel that's created for workforce housing would include a irrevocable offer of dedication to the county and would also be deed restricted for use of the property only for a workforce housing project. In addition to that, the agreement also provides for a workforce housing fund that the developer will contribute to for each successive final map that's brought before your board for recordation. So the remaining maps that come before within the Schaefer's Mill will also, the developer will have to contribute to a workforce housing fund for that. That money is placed on deposit here with the county, and then when there is evidence that there is a firm commitment for financing for development of a workforce housing project, that money is released back to the developer for construction of the project. So this is a good thing. While we are right at the beginning of a very long process, I believe we're on track for development of a 56-unit workforce housing project within Martis Valley in an area that's needed for workforce, and it's close to services. So with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Paul. I see no questions from any member of my board. Any member of the public wish to comment on this agenda item, either here or in Tahoe? I see no members of the public wanting to comment. Bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. We're being asked to authorize the chair to sign Schaefer's Mill Phase 3B Final Map and Subdivision Improvement Agreement and approve recordation of the final map and the agreement. Jerry, anything we forgot? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we are going to move now to a Public Works and Facilities item. This is item 8A, ADA compliance and infrastructure updates at 350 Nevada Street, Auburn, plans and specifications. Rob Unholz presenting.
Good morning, Chair Montgomery, members of the board. Rob Unholz, Capital Improvements Manager, Public Works and Facilities. The item before you this morning is for your approval of plans and specifications for accessibility and infrastructure improvements at the Auburn Library with an estimated total project cost of $1,775,000, including $1.35 million in construction, and authorize staff to advertise bids. Also, we'd like your authorization to direct the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to award and execute a construction contract not to exceed $1,350,000, including selected bid alternatives as project funding allows upon review and concurrence with risk management and county council, including authority to approve any necessary change orders consistent with county purchasing policy and public contract code. Funding is provided in the fiscal year 2016-17 Capital Projects Fund budget, final budget, and there's no impact on library operations, resources, or materials budgets from this project. The library was originally designed and constructed in the early 70s, and while it's been well maintained over the last 44 years, landscape has matured beyond its intended planting areas and created heaving of hardscape and concrete sidewalks requiring grinding over the years, and it's reached the point that to avoid trip hazards and accessibility challenges, it's time to do a little renovation. Staff has worked with MFDB architects and library staff in developing the project scope. It's been reviewed with the Friends of the Library on 2 occasions at their meetings. And it includes new path of travel. While there is accessible parking and a path of travel currently, it was modified from the original design back in the 70s. So in order to provide compliance with accessibility laws and codes, we will be reworking the hardscape to provide accessible path of travel from the parking lot to the entry, including sidewalks, stairs, and ramps. Project will also provide site storm drainage replacement of, I don't know if you're familiar with the library entrance, but to the south side of the entrance, there's probably one of the most beautiful wisterias that you'll ever lay your eyes on. On what was a wonderful wood trellis, we're gonna be replacing that with a steel trellis and preserve that piece of landscape. We'll be increasing the exterior lighting, fencing, and gates for safety and security. Be providing operational improvements, including book drops at the building and for drive-up vehicular use. Functional amenities will include outdoor reading areas, tables, benches, and bike racks, as well as a drinking fountain. Construction will occur in phases from June through November, into November of 2017. And the library will remain operational during that time. Yes, again, the estimated total project cost is $1,775,000. The funding was appropriated in the 2016-17 fiscal year capital project final budget. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and would request your approval.
Any questions from any member of the board? Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Rob. As being a longtime user of that library, I have occasion to walk by there, and I notice a lot of EV cane wildcats climbing in those trees. And I just kind of shudder every once in a while if they fell out and hurt themselves. So is anything going to be done to address that?
Some of those trees will be replaced,
okay.
Because, again, their root structure has heaved some of the sidewalks. It's an ongoing problem. I know library staff struggles with it, and we try to minimize that. I know when Parks and Grounds staff is around, they've asked the kids to get out of the trees. That's where they seem to come after school to get their rides home or do their homework, obviously not from the trees. It's an ongoing problem, and we'll keep at it.
I have occasion to, when they're way up there, I pull out my supervisor badge and say, get out. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board before I open it to the public?
Yeah, I've got one.
Supervisor Duran.
Rob, what type of resources do you have for ADA compliance? Do you use a handbook? Do you use handouts? Do you use government issued resources? Or do you have a consultant come in and?
Well, at times we'll use a consultant. Most of staff goes through an annual or biannual training to review the upgrades in the code. Currently, this week, one of our staff architects is in training to get her CASP certification. So she'll be certified on staff to assess this. We will be coming to your board shortly for your approval of a contract with Disabilities Access Consultants out of Oroville for a self-evaluation and transition plan. We did it originally when the law came out in 1993, and it's time to update that. And we will be doing that over the course of about a year. So that will assess all facilities. It will do curb ramps and sidewalks, transit stops. It also has a training component where there's training for our ADA coordinator, Joe Nay, and also training for that first line staff that meets and greets the public as to the appropriate direction and ways to deal with folks that may have disabilities and require accommodation.
Because I know that we had Mr. Muralotis earlier today talking about issues related to ADA compliance, and I don't know how my other board members feel, but if you've got all of this knowledge, maybe a white paper of some type to something that business owners can look at, to spot check, identify some things might be something that the county might invest $1 or $2 in to, provide some knowledge out there. I don't know. So
that is doable. We could put together basically from excerpts of the law and the codes to help guide them in some of the issues that they need for accessibility from the parking lot into services, although the requirements are different for public agencies than they are for private businesses, but for restrooms and some of those things, so that at least they know what they're being done. Yeah. And we have experienced similar folks.
Okay, I see no other questions from the board. Is there any member of the public that would like to weigh in on this, either here or in Tahoe City? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Rob. All right, we're now going to move to item 8B, purchase of 64 tourist accommodation units, City of South Lake Tahoe. Lori Morse. You're not Lori Morse? Wow. Welcome. Yeah, you're keeping me on my toes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Susie Vos. I work for Lori Morse, Senior Project Manager for the Property Management Division of Public Works and Facilities. Today we are seeking your board's adoption of a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works and Facilities to finalize and execute an agreement for the purchase of tourist accommodation units, TAUs, with the City of South Lake Tahoe, subject to County Council review, and take all actions necessary to acquire, bank, and transfer 64 TAUs at a price of $12,500 each for a total purchase price of $800,000. Background. Placer County has been actively looking for TAUs to promote environmental and economic development in the Tahoe City and Kings Beach town centers. This strategy seeks to acquire TAUs at a favorable price with a low risk. The main purpose for purchasing TAUs is twofold: to implement the TRPA regional plan and to provide investment incentives in the town centers. Development rights are typically acquired with real property as part of an overall acquisition. However, these rights can also be obtained and banked from parties that no longer require the TAUs for use. To date, the county has successfully acquired and banked 21 TAUs, 6 from Homewood Villas and 15 from Peak 10, that are banked on sending parcels and will be transferred once receiving parcels are identified by the county and approved by TRPA. With this latest acquisition, the county will have a total of 146 TAUs. In August 2016, your board provided direction to staff regarding the acquisition of 64 TAUs from the City of South Lake Tahoe for $12,500 each. This was contingent upon the city's acquisition of the Knights Inn, a 110-unit motel in South Lake Tahoe near the Nevada border. This acquisition was subsequently delayed. But recently, City of South Lake Tahoe has reinstated action to purchase the Knights Inn and the TAUs that accompanied that acquisition. At its March 14, 2017 special meeting, the South Lake Tahoe City Council approved the acquisition of the Knights Inn property that identified the sale of 64 TAUs to the county as a source of funding. This county acquisition would permit 64 TAUs to remain banked on the Knights Inn property or the sending parcel until the county transfers the TAUs to a receiving parcel. Agreement terms. Staff has prepared an agreement and recommends your board delegate authority to the Director of Public Works and Facilities, or designee, to finalize and execute the agreement based on these following key terms. A purchase price of $12,500 for each TAU for 64 TAUs, a $500 refundable deposit to escrow. City of South Lake Tahoe will not charge the county a fee to transfer the TAUs outside of their city limits. The acquired 64 TAUs will remain banked on the Knights Inn property and, pursuant to the recorded memorandum of agreement, will be transferred to a county-identified receiving parcel once TRPA has provided approval. County has a 20-day contingency period following the Knights Inn close of escrow to confirm TRPA verification of the TAUs residing on the sending parcel, determine the overall financial feasibility, and approve the condition of title. A close of escrow will occur 30 days thereafter, and the county will have the first right of refusal for 10 years on any other TAUs that may become available during the City of South Lake Tahoe's ownership or subsequent sale of the Knights Inn property at a maximum price of $12,500 per TAU, subject to future board authorization. Environmental impact. This acquisition of TAUs is not a project and not subject to further California Environmental Quality Act review. However, any future projects on receiving parcels are subject to environmental review per CEQA. Fiscal impact. CEO staff has performed an analysis that demonstrates positive return on investment for TAUs priced at $12,500 each, and there are sufficient funds for this acquisition in the Tahoe Development TAU Capital Project. In summary, the purchase of 64 TAUs will secure development rights that can provide important investment incentives for revitalization of the town centers in Tahoe City and Kings Beach. Therefore, we recommend your board approve this acquisition and the resolution as I have summarized earlier. I welcome any questions from your board.
Thank you, Susie. Any questions from any member of the board? I see none. I'll open it up to the public. Any members of the public here in Auburn wish to comment on this agenda item? I see none. Any members of the public in Tahoe City wish to comment on this agenda item? I see none. I'll bring it back to the board. Pleasure of the board. Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Susie, thank you very much. All right, we will move now to also a Public Works and Facilities item. This is 8C, Federal Hot Mix Asphalt Overlay Project. And it is Kevin Tabor presenting. Welcome.
Yes. Good morning, Kevin Tabor with Public Works and Facilities. Just to make this brief, asking your approval for the specifications for this summer's federally funded overlay project. There are 4 roads in this project: West Wise Road, Fruitvale Road, Bald Hill Road, and Penryn Road. Only certain roads in the county's maintained mileage system are eligible to receive federal funds. Those 4 roads qualify as major collectors and above. Because they are major collectors and above, total is about 11.5 miles, and it's going to be about a $2.8 million project based on current estimates. We're in the environmental process with NEPA. The state's reviewing that filing right now, so we're still in that process, waiting for Caltrans approval. But if all goes well, we'll have this project approved by Caltrans and out to bid this summer and in construction late summer. So with that, I ask for your approval of the plans and specifications.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, I just want to thank you for putting Penryn Road on this list because I get all kinds of calls and it's...
Yeah, that was actually a last-minute change based on what happened to that road this winter, and it's one of the roads that was eligible. We had a little bit of excess funding, and actually got to thank Corrine Allen because she pushed me on that one, so she got it done. She made the phone calls with Caltrans to get that added.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, any questions or comments from any member of the public on this, here or in Tahoe City? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record reflect that Supervisor Euler was out of the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Job well done. All right, we're now going to move to agenda item 9. This is a county executive item. This is the Placer County Housing Element Implementation Discussion, and Jennifer Merchant will be presenting today. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jennifer Merchant here with the County Executive Office. Well, I've heard a lot about housing all day today, off and on, so I think while it's been a long morning, this is a great way to cap off the day and the discussion on housing. Because it has been a long day, I will try to move rather quickly through some of the background information and really get to the options that I would ask your board take the time to discuss and provide direction to staff on. So I don't know if I even have to point it that way. It seems like that's what we've always done. So the actions that are going to be requested from your board today are to receive a presentation on the housing element, as well as the accomplishments of the element and challenges, review some implementation ideas, and select priority options to include in next year's work plan. Also, we're going to be requesting that you adopt a resolution authorizing participation in the proposed Tahoe-Truckee Regional Housing Council, which includes execution of an agreement with the Tahoe-Truckee Community Foundation to facilitate and manage the outcomes of that proposed entity. Did go, great. So an outline to recap for you. We're going to go through the housing element, the accomplishments and challenges. I'm going to talk a little bit about some comparable jurisdictions because I think it's important for your board to have a little bit of background and understanding of what other jurisdictions are doing in the region, as well as areas that have similar outlooks to the communities in the Tahoe-Truckee area, especially related to tourism. So we'll be looking at the town of Mammoth as well. And then I'm going to review the 5 work plan option areas that you see before you there and request that you provide direction on those priorities. So the 2013 housing element, what is that? Every jurisdiction in the state of California is required to complete an 8-year housing element to demonstrate how it will plan and fund a full spectrum of housing inventory. Each plan lasts 8 years, so we've got a few years left on our 2013 document. The county's 2013 document contains a number of policies and programs to assist in the creation of affordable housing. And the document has overarching policies, but also has some that apply to development in unincorporated areas of the county on the east as well as the west slope. So I want to go through those very briefly for you here. On the west slope, there are a couple of policies that require projects that make certain changes to the general plan to have certain conditions placed on them, including affordability for housing in that project area. And the policy also requires that 10% affordable units or an in lieu fee be made for general plan amendments in the west side of the county. On the east side of the county, There are policies that require development to provide housing for 50% of new employees that are created in 4 different ways. As you see, you're used to requiring in lieu fees for projects or dedication of land or units or construction of housing either on-site or off-site. The state requires also jurisdictions to provide an annual report. The 2015 report is on the county's website, and during the last term, the 2016 term, we estimate that at least 82 affordable units were constructed during the most recent housing cycle. The 2016 report will be available soon on our website and will be available for public review and comment at your next upcoming board meeting on the 24th. So I'd like to talk about accomplishments to date, and I'll try to roll through these pretty quickly. There are zoning text amendments that have occurred since 2013 related to farm worker housing, second units, transitional housing, and emergency shelters. In the Tahoe Basin specifically, the plan that was approved by your board on December 6th allows for second units to be developed on parcels that are less than 1 acre in size, which is new for Placer County. That is something that was not allowed in the previous plan. It also waives development rights and residential allocations when second units are deed restricted affordable, and eliminates the requirement that was in place for owner occupancy for both the primary and the secondary unit. So I go back here on this slide previous to the 2013 housing element because I want your board and the public to see a broader spectrum of what's been created or developed as far as affordable units go in our unincorporated areas of the county. So in 2006, Sawmill Heights, that was actually something that was underwritten in part by the redevelopment agency, didn't fully develop 12 units, but created some drawdown of the gap between what it costs to build those units and the affordable value of those units. So that's part of a much larger complex in the North Star area. Hopkins Ranch, 4 units, Atwood and Auburn, 15 units, Domus and Kings Beach, which you all have toured, 77 units, a very small project related to small development. In Tahoe City, 1 unit, and then Quartz Ridge, which was opened just last year in Auburn, 64 units. By the way, is fully occupied and has a waiting list. Other accomplishments to date. So these are more on the planning side and not on the actual development side. County staff did undertake some initial analysis on whether or not to consider allowing in lieu fees at a specific amount and creating a nexus relationship to the cost of development. That study is currently in draft form, and I'll be talking to you a little bit more about that later. Your board has approved specific plans with affordable housing obligations to date. We recently completed, or last fall completed, the Tahoe-Truckee Regional Housing Needs Assessment, which really talks about the North Lake Tahoe area of Placer County and also pulls in Nevada County and the town of Truckee and assesses that entire region. In addition, first-time home buyer grants have been provided through the Martis Fund and also other state and federal sources. Those grant funds are for the federal and state sources. $500,000 were applied to 9 first-time home buyers, and for the Martis Fund, $700,000 was applied to 19 first-time homes that were purchased through the programs that are managed by Placer County. Certainly with accomplishments, in many cases also comes challenges. So because the housing element was approved post-redevelopment, so after the state did away with the redevelopment agencies, we really have had a limited potential for new county-developed housing on the ground. Related to funding, we don't have the 20% set-aside that's required by the state of California, where we are pulling those redevelopment tax dollars and setting them aside for housing. We do have a $1 million housing trust fund. About $700,000 of the revenue in that fund was collected in the Tahoe area, the balance from the rest of unincorporated Placer County. But we don't have a plan currently for those funds. regarding allocation, although they can be allocated to a variety of things, including housing in the ground, planning, and also some smaller programs like a handyman program that we have in place for updating existing housing stock. There is uncertain future fee revenue, so we don't really, it's hard to plan because we don't know the lay of the land regarding what to expect in fee revenue. So we don't know what kinds of funds we'll have available to us to spend on housing in the coming years. And also there's been a fair amount of discussion about corporate tax reform federally that could have impacts on the desirability of the tax credits that are currently provided to developers, either 9% or 4%, depending on the type of project. So we've got some cloudy days potentially ahead of us, or some places where we can't exactly see where we want to go. Related to Placer County staff dedicated to housing, with the redevelopment, we had 6 housing staff dedicated to housing specifically. We have 1 housing specialist in Cedra who was reallocated to that department when the redevelopment agency wound down. And she really, with some management assistance from a principal planner, has really been the sole resource in housing in Placer County, running the first-time home buyer programs, trying to get some of these projects off the ground and applying for grants. So it's been pretty limited in scope. We do have a new principal planner that was hired in March. There she is right there, Shauna. And so that's a good sign. She's going to be dedicated to housing as well as economic development, which of course are inextricably tied together. We did recently form a multidisciplinary housing unit. So we've got the county executive office staff, Cedra staff, economic development staff, as well as health and human services. You heard from this morning related to the housing voucher program, working together on trying to provide some options to your board for consideration to kind of move the challenge forward and try to solve the problems. Another challenge that we have is the short-term rentals, and I know that you've probably heard a lot about this. It's the Airbnbs and the HomeAways and the VRBOs utilizing what may be available as full-time year-round rentals for vacation rentals. We recently engaged last December a contract with a firm called Host Compliance. They've been working throughout the state of California, helping other local jurisdictions identify where some of these properties are to make sure that we're actually collecting transient occupancy tax from them. And their initial pass-through, their analytics system, has shown that we have 3,600 uncertified vacation rentals in unincorporated Placer County. What do I mean by uncertified? That means that they are not currently hooked in to our system where they have a TOT certificate that's required to be posted in the place of residence or overnight lodging, and they're not paying TOT. So we're actually working on that right now. I think I put in my staff report the letters are going to be sent out late March. I think they're going out this week, where we're doing a test run to 150 of these property owners that we've identified to say, hey, did you know you need to pay TOT? We're pretty sure that we know that you're renting your place. Please get in touch with us. So when added to the existing vacation rentals, that it's just under 4,000, this represents 61% of the total available housing units in the North Lake Tahoe region, which is a pretty big chunk of the total houses that are sitting there are going to vacation rentals. Prior to that time, it was about half of that. So that's certainly an implementation challenge that we need to be addressing. And then I wanted to, in talking about challenges, really what is the lay of the land in Placer County? So here's some of our household income levels. This was pulled out of the housing needs assessment study that was done for Tahoe Truckee, but it's a county-wide number, so it applies throughout the entire jurisdiction. So according to that housing need assessment, the median home price in North Lake Tahoe region is over $500,000, and that study was completed last fall. It's actually crept up a little bit. I just checked Zillow last week, and it shows that the median home price is more like $700,000 in the North Lake Tahoe Truckee region. So a family of 4 that you see here at the moderate level is really kind of a benchmark that we look for really should be paying no more than $350,000 for a home. So you see that the challenge in eastern Placer County and western Placer County, it's a little bit different, where, again, in a Zillow search, the unincorporated area and cities shows about 250 available properties within that affordable price range. So county-wide, it's not a very significant number. And that also includes mobile homes, and it was really a large number of foreclosures. So I think the actual available stock is probably a fair amount lower than that. So what are our neighboring and comparable jurisdictions doing? This is a fairly detailed slide. I do think it's an area where it may be worth walking through what some of these things mean. So you see I've got Placer, Roseville, Rockland, Truckee, and Mammoth. The things I want to focus on, because I think it's pretty obvious, a green check means yes, a red X means no, and then at the bottom you see the units that have been developed to date, affordable units in all of these jurisdictions. So let me focus in a little bit on the asterisks to give you where different jurisdictions have a little bit of a different take on what they do in some of these areas. So in Placer County, for specific plans, other affordable options as well as 10% inclusionary can be required on a case-by-case basis. We talk about inclusionary, but then we give an option of looking at other things for specific plans, and I think we've used that case-by-case other affordable options. I think the last one comes to mind is in Bickford Ranch, where we allowed an in lieu fee to be collected rather than providing housing on site. We do allow, related to in lieu fees on a case-by-case basis, that those be collected, except in Tahoe, where it very expressly allows for them to cover 50% of employees generated. So the rest of the county, it's a little bit less specific. In the Tahoe region, we specifically say, as I referenced in that earlier slide, that a developer would be required to provide housing for 50% of the employees that a project generates, whether that is paying an in lieu fee or whether providing on-site or off-site. We also do have public land available, but we have not yet specifically dedicated that to housing. I think probably the closest thing recently to that is in the Placer County Government Center Master Plan, where it was discussed as an option on a couple different sites, but we're not going forward specifically with the project yet at this time. Under the Roseville example, under in lieu fees and land, Roseville doesn't have a whole lot of public land available. So their preference is really to go with the 10% inclusionary option. They do allow for an in lieu fee to be paid instead of the 10% inclusionary, but they're pretty reticent to do that because they don't have the land supply on the other end. Like Placer County has more land than Roseville does to put that housing. That's why those are asterisked. And then on Mammoth, they do require inclusionary only for projects that are 9 units, residential units or more, or 19% hotel or lodging units or more. So they don't have that requirement for smaller projects. That's why that is noted there. And then on their in lieu fee, they only charge that for residential development for houses that are 2,500 square feet and larger. So I think, again, the thinking in some of these areas is let's not try to overtax development, because development provides a lot of good things in our community. Let's be a little bit more specific about not having a broader fee or inclusionary requirements. The town of Truckee, as you can see, in the very extreme in one direction, has requirements in all of these areas. I think I'd say one thing that is different between the town of Truckee and eastern Placer County is they require that the developer provide 100% of the housing for any new employees, as opposed to 50% that we require. And then Rockland, just much more limited, and they have process streamlines, and as you know through some of the projects a project that they're pushing forward right now on some property they own, or was supposed to be the Kmart development, they're looking for other opportunities to develop affordable housing, and as you see by the numbers, are still being successful even without excuse me, without a lot of programs. So in talking about comparative jurisdictions, I also felt it was important for your board to hear about what experts in the field are recommending throughout the state and throughout the nation. One, a document that I have referred to a fair amount of times. In fact, you'll see an attachment to the staff report. There's that housing toolkit for California where they recommend a variety of options for local governments to take on to improve the outlook for affordable housing. They're a global think tank. They mostly focus on business and economic development, so I think they come at it from that perspective. They have a variety of recommendations to help local governments push affordable housing and prioritize affordable housing. And they make these recommendations, and actually Placer County has undertaken a fair amount of them. We're working to or have created a housing delivery unit, so we've got this multidisciplinary group that is focusing on housing right now. Define the local problem is another recommendation of theirs. Well, we've done that on the eastern part of the county. We have a lot of good feedback and work with our nonprofit community on trying to define the local problem here as well on the west slope. Some areas where we will be working, and are actually many of these things are covered in our housing element as policies that we can be moving forward, and we'll be talking about prioritizing today. Identifying local solutions and mapping housing hotspots. So what does that mean? You know, you've got land that is zoned for housing, but they recommend really focusing on land that is closer to public centers, that is close to transportation corridors, because of that significant link between transportation and jobs and housing. They suggest focusing in that, you know, kind of narrowing the focus a little bit more even than just to the properties that are zoned for allowing affordable housing. Aligning local stakeholders behind a strategy. We're working on that right now, and I almost put a yellow check there, but you know, we've got that moving forward, and I think perhaps after today I'd put a green check for Eastern Placer County and a yellow check for the rest of the county. We certainly have a lot of folks who are interested in trying to make something happen. And then executing the strategy and measuring performance. That's really what we're here to talk to you about today, to see what sorts of things you want to include in an affordable housing strategy. And of course, as we move forward, we will be measuring our performance as required by law and probably in addition. So I do want to focus again on these different options here. So as we move into this segment of the presentation, I think it might be helpful as we go more in depth on the different options that you start thinking in terms of what you would select as your individual high, medium, and low priorities, so that when we get to the end and I'm asking you for some more feedback, I think it might help facilitate that discussion. You're going to note as I go through here that there's overlap in some of the areas. As you might expect, some things that are incentives could end up under regulations if we decide to codify that. So here we go with the options. Where it gets a little bit more fun, maybe. Okay, advocacy. You know, a lot of this is kind of doing what we're doing already, but perhaps beefing it up a little bit. Our current platform is pretty simple on housing. It states that we should support legislation to increase funding opportunities, to expand housing, and homeless assistance programs. So in the short term, one thing we could do is consider seeking more partnerships that would provide legislative solutions. We've had some pretty in-depth conversations with Nevada County and the town of Truckee about, well, if we went to the state and asked to have a regional housing needs figure, that we could accomplish things regionally and not have to worry about accounting for them. And this county gets credit and that county gets credit. So those are some of the things that work in other areas where different jurisdictions come together. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about that we could consider doing in the short term related to advocacy. Certainly there is state legislation on housing being push forward. I want to say almost every day I get an email about a new one. Some of them I think our county might support, and other ones are probably things that I can guess would not be supported. A recent one, it's AB 199, proposes to expand the definition of public property to include housing development on private property, so that you'd have to pay prevailing wages for any housing development. That seems, perhaps a little bit extreme for Placer County, but there are others that come forward on a regular basis that we may support or not support based on our existing platform or things that we learn along the way that we may want it to change. In the longer term, I think really expanding our opportunities on our existing platform language so that we can develop new affordable housing stock. And what would that look like? I don't know, but just keeping open to opportunities to do that as they roll forward. So that's it on advocacy. That's starting with the softball to get you into it. A little bit more meat on this one. Funding resources. Short term, we've got the Martis Fund. There's $4.5 million available. Much like our Housing Trust Fund that is referenced below, we don't have a particular plan for how we would consider requesting that money or utilizing that money or priority projects that we think that it should be allocated to. Perhaps we would come back in the coming year with some more analysis on that and provide your board with some concepts for consideration. The transient occupancy tax. We in Eastern Placer County are collecting about $16 million per year in TOT. A lot of the housing impacts in Eastern Placer County are related to resort development, the tourism economy. So that's something that we could consider. Currently, 60% of that is allocated back to the community for capital projects. Maybe capital projects include housing. We've never done that before. Something to consider. We also spend some of that money on marketing and transportation. 40% of that money comes back into the county's general fund. Perhaps your board is interested in considering earmarking a segment of 40%. One of the things that Mammoth does is take 1% of their TOT off the top and hands it over to Mammoth Lakes Housing, which is an affordable, or excuse me, a nonprofit affordable housing development corporation for use to developing affordable housing in Mammoth. So maybe that's something we could consider for the Tahoe area and allocating those funds to that purpose. The Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund, you might recall the acronym RIPTIF is used for that. We budgeted $2 million in that revenue, so it's the money that used to go to the redevelopment agency that now comes back to Placer County. That's the money that we used to take 20% off the top as required by state and put that toward housing. Maybe you want to take 20% of that, maybe you want to take a share of that and put that toward housing. Capital reserves, there was a big discussion about capital project planning at your last board meeting. I know affordable housing was on that list. That is something, amongst the million other needs that folks would prioritize. This may be one of those. Certainly, using existing programs to further facilitate private investment in rehabilitating existing older residences. I know in the regional housing needs assessment that was done in Tahoe Truckee, I think it was a vast majority of the houses there were built before 1979. So they're, some of them were built in the 20s and 30s. So they're getting a little bit old and run down, and I think that Empower is a great program that can be utilized for improving the housing stock that we have in our communities. And I'd say also developing a grant writing strategy. We oftentimes cherry pick grants as they come forward, but really maybe putting a bigger framework around that and really kind of more mindfully going after certain types of funds for certain types of projects that might be priorities. And then finally, identifying land that is owned by the government, whether it's Placer County or other jurisdictions, that would be appropriate to put housing on. I think, as I've already mentioned, a step in the right direction is with the Placer County Government Center. And then longer term considerations. There's been a fair amount of discussion about increasing transient and occupancy tax for purposes of transportation. Perhaps it could also be increased for purposes of funding housing in specified areas. The in lieu fee program, the draft analysis that's been completed per the housing element could be implemented over the course of the next several years. One idea, Supervisor Euler, that you mentioned during the October presentation was a real estate transfer tax. Unfortunately, we cannot, as a county, impose that. Neither can we ask the citizens to vote to impose that. Only charter cities have that ability. It's a great idea for jurisdictions. The city and county of San Francisco just did it on houses that are like $5 million in value and higher, and they're getting a fair amount of revenue off of it. One thing we can do, however, is that, as in the case with the Squaw Valley specific plan, where somebody wants to charge that, where a developer volunteers to charge that, it can be directed to a housing development corporation, such as the one that Mammoth Lakes has created. And then also, something I learned over the past several months is that we are more eligible for Parks grants because we're doing affordable housing. We specifically received Parks grants because of the Quartz Ridge project that we did. So it also provides resources for other areas as well.
Just a quick question on that note, Madam Chair. So how then are the transfer fees that are put in place that go to fund the various environmental priorities, how are those established? How are those levied, and why do they carry on for basically in perpetuity?
I believe that the ones you're referring to have been approved by the land developer, and so a land developer can choose to do it. We can't impose it.
But it can be done in perpetuity for each subsequent transaction,
Yes.
not just that original.
That's correct.
So as we are looking at our rather large projects in the
Mhm.
West Placer area and those kinds of things.
Mhm. Yes, so you could work with the developer to say, what makes most sense for both parties, to allocate it to environmental improvement projects, to allocate it to housing or transportation or whatever that may be. That's all part of a negotiated development agreement. They can choose to do that.
And perhaps a tool for us to consider in lieu of the built requirement right now if a project isn't suitable for that. You have parts of the unincorporated area where you're not talking a large enough land mass and enough units to where an inclusionary zoning requirement just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And so maybe that's an option for a project. I'm thinking a project in Granite Bay, your typical 15-unit subdivision in Granite Bay. An inclusionary zoning requirement just doesn't make a lot of sense there, but maybe a transfer tax or a transfer fee associated with that, which rides with the property in perpetuity, might be a better tool for us, and I hadn't seen that as one of the alternatives for us to consider.
Yes, and I believe our current code would allow for that, and I don't think that we'd be looking at a project in Granite Bay that would be large enough for a specific plan, but maybe we have something that is, less than a specific plan. Maybe we want to look at other, a smaller development
It's
spectrum.
in the course of an entitlement, and it's how they can meet their affordable housing requirement instead of building 1.5 affordable units
Right.
on site,
Right.
that kind of a thing.
Yeah, and I think as you reference exactly, it's part of the reason why we have that case-by-case basis, even in the specific plan section, because sometimes it just doesn't make sense to build it on site,
Right.
whether there's not enough space or whatever the reason may be.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the funding one? Move on. Okay, incentives. Again, great idea here by Supervisor Euler, related to having a subsidy of either a seasonal subsidy for people who are renting full-time year-round, full-time residents at houses that could be vacation rentals. could be full-time year-round residences, allowing people to engage with the county to provide a subsidy to specifically rent to certain folks and not use it as a vacation rental. So that could be a full-time year-round person or a seasonal employee. And we could do that either by providing, you know, a signing bonus incentive, like if you do this, we'll give you whatever the number is, I don't know, $1,000, or we could say we're going to cover, you know, a percentage of the monthly rent. We also had some good ideas about creating a registry through Placer County's website or through some other means to make sure that people who were looking for housing were being matched up with people who had housing available. So we could follow up on that if that's something that the board would like to prioritize and identify. You know, we've got our list of 3,600 people who don't have TOT certificates. We have their addresses. We can reach out to them and ask if this would be something interesting and perhaps survey them and see what would motivate them financially to provide housing for seasonal or full-time residences as opposed to vacation folks. Also, second units, these recommendations come from a variety of different sources or used by other jurisdictions. Putting second units at the top of the pile. So, you know, if you come in there for a second unit and you're going to deed restricted affordable, you're going to get through the process much faster. Or even providing an amnesty path for projects that have developed a second unit without really going through the permit process, and maybe you give them a 1-year amnesty so that you're sure that they're going to go in there, they're going to get their permits, the work is going to be done right, and then you've got a solid deed restricted affordable unit for folks. And then also there's a potential to expand our current fee waiver program. We do fee waivers for second units, but we don't provide them for larger projects. Perhaps that's something we could consider. And this would only impact county fees. So, of course, people are subject to a lot of other fees. But I think there is an opportunity for us even to work with other jurisdictions. Certainly something we've talked about related to the Tahoe-Truckee Regional Housing Council and trying to get those jurisdictions together to provide those kinds of incentives. And I think longer term on second units, this is something other jurisdictions are doing, is providing prototype plans to folks. So it saves money on the planning on the front end, and then they come in, they've got the plans already done, they're at the top of the pile, and they can pretty quickly get a deed restricted affordable second unit on the ground. Regulations, one of our favorites. So we are working on drafting language right now to amend our ordinances to meet new requirements that have been imposed by the state of California. Bills signed by the governor in September were enacted in January and require local jurisdictions to amend standards for a variety of things, including parking, setbacks, accessory uses, and sprinklers in order to facilitate construction or permitting of existing second units. So we're working on that language right now. We kind of hope to have that before your board in the summertime, but there's some I'd say some more complex legal issues that we're trying to work through to comply with state law. So we'll get those to you as soon as we can. I think there are opportunities to analyze process streamlining options in addition to what may be required by the state of California. So we could work on, you know, figuring out what are the best practices from other jurisdictions and come back to you with some ideas on that if you'd like to in the coming year. And then we could consider activating the in lieu fee outreach. We have a draft study now. If your board is interested, we could engage in stakeholder meetings, public workshops, and bring the feedback back to your board with a presentation from the consultant who was, I would say, a fair amount more educated on I am about the ins and outs of the in lieu fees. I think longer term, broadening the inclusionary requirements could be something that we consider, as you just referenced, Supervisor Euler. Implementing the in lieu fee if we come to something that's agreeable to the many parties. Allowing affordable housing by right. And this is, there are pros and cons related to this. Let me describe what that would mean. That means if you've got property that's zoned for affordable multi-unit or whatever it is housing, that somebody doesn't have to go in and go through the entire regular CEQA process. They'd have to go through a design review process, but they could just get their project approved pretty summarily, I guess I would say, and move forward with it much more quickly than they can now. That's something that's been proposed in a couple bits of this legislation that I see coming across my desk, and has not made it to any farther than that yet at this point. And then another thing that I think we all see the stuff, whether it's on television or you see a few of these running around on the roads every once in a while, are tiny houses. We could create a tiny house ordinance and really define what does a tiny house mean, where would they be, what, are they more geared toward seasonal people, are they college kids, are they first-time home buyers, could they be sold, or would it be rental, and that sort of thing. So those are the types of things we could come back with. I do want to go in a little bit more detail on the in lieu fee study, because there's been a fair amount of discussion on that, and it is something that staff is engaged in analyzing, and we have hired a consultant, in fact. So the in lieu fee study that was recommended that be completed in the housing element has been undertaken. And the purpose of the study is to determine the maximum justifiable fee for a variety of development types. There are analyses that run for both the residential and the commercial development using a variety of factors for each one. The residential analysis has a couple options, one for rental only and one for sale, and a mix of ownership and rental units. And then the non-residential fees are calculated per square foot. So there are different factors applied to different ones. And then the next thing that occurs in the study is that they demonstrate what is the nexus between workforce housing development costs and the increase in demand for workforce housing. So that's the nexus study, the legal analysis part that needs to occur. I think, then the next bullet point on there is that the nexus studies are based on the affordability gap calculation, which is the difference between what is affordable for a household and the cost to actually construct that housing. On the study, it does not calculate the fee based on the cost to build affordable housing. That's important to know. So even with the annexus evaluation of that gap, that money collected is not going to build a unit of housing. It sits in our bank so that we can blend that with other private money or maybe grant money or public money so that we can develop that housing. So it's not going to buy a unit. It's not valued that way. I think I already referenced that it analyzes residential and commercial development. And there are a variety of implementation options. It is not a one-size-fits-all. It is not we're just going to plop it down over the entire Placer County. There are different jurisdictions that handle the fees in different ways. I think one of the greatest benefits is that it would pull staff out of this negotiation every time somebody wants to do an in lieu fee, and provides a little bit more certainty to a developer on what to expect if they want to use that option. So a lot of jurisdictions take that maximum allowable and say, wow, that's a ridiculous number. So that's a lot of money. There's no way anybody could afford to do housing if we charge that. And they ratchet it back. Some examples are the city of Folsom. They charge a 2% fee based on the expected sales price. Santa Rosa, 2.5%. Sunnyvale, 7%. The highest, Palo Alto, as you might expect, 7.5%. But other jurisdictions, such as Mammoth Lakes, don't charge the fee, as I mentioned earlier, if the house is smaller than 2,500 square feet. So a lot of different ways to look at this. Different fees can be charged in different areas of the county. We can say we're not going to charge anything for housing. We're only going to charge it for commercial development. So that's the kind of analysis that would go into on top of the analysis that's been done already on that nexus cost. So it's important to note that it's just one tool for consideration, and that it can really be blended with the other ones if you guys decided to move forward with that plan. And as we move into the options discussion, I will be asking for your feedback on whether you want us to move forward with those studies that are in draft form right now, or and have those stakeholders in public meetings, or whether you don't want us to move forward with those studies and just put them on the shelf. Okay. Getting close to the end here. I know it's long. Partnerships. Short term, we already have the proposed Tahoe Truckee Regional Housing Council, and I will be asking for your action on that after we go through the different options and receive direction on that. There are already discussions happening between Placer County and the city, so there's some real options there. We've worked with Health and Human Services and talked about are there ways to provide a higher level or a better level of service to Placer County residents if we work with the Yuba Sutter Housing Authority, or maybe other housing authorities. The city of Roseville has one as an example. We've talked about having a memorandum of agreement with the town of Truckee and Nevada County for purposes of advocacy or other things to facilitate housing. We've had meetings with the Building Industry Association about what they've done to assist the city of Rockland and what they may be able to do to facilitate affordable housing in Placer County, as well as the Placer Community Foundation. And I'll note in talking with Veronica and looking through their website several times, the Community Foundation, that a lot of the ideas that they have are very similar to what are proposed in the study that was done by the McKinsey Institute. So those are really practices that folks are finding to be workable in a variety of communities, including our own. And then longer term partnerships, develop an advocacy platform potentially just for housing and focus on that. And then of course, looking at ways to identify and attract developers. So, board discussion and direction. I'm wondering first if you have any other ideas that we haven't shared with you today that you might want added to the list of options that we would put in our 17-18 work plan.
So Jennifer, just as a clarification, what sort of level of input are you looking for on that?
Well, if there's something that maybe triggered your thought process as I was talking, well, why didn't she think of that? Why didn't they say this? That you could add an idea to the list. What I'm planning to do is to take your feedback today and put that into a work plan and work with our multidisciplinary team and bring that back to you by the end of June so that we can start working on that work plan for fiscal year 17-18. I'm going to be asking for, what are the things that you liked in those 5 areas? What are the things you don't want us to move forward? Things that maybe could be done next year or the next year after that. So I'm looking for some detail based on what I presented today and maybe some new ideas that you'd want us to move forward with.
Okay, let me start with Supervisor Duran.
Yeah. I'm just going to cut to the chase. I think there's a lot of ideas here, and I'm good with having a menu, if you will, of different things. There may be some things that we can do here in my district that don't work in Jen's district or Kirk's or one of the other supervisors. So I'd like to just see as many options as we have. I'd like to see you work up a fee. I'd also like to see if we can figure out a way to collateralize those affordable units. From the standpoint of let's say we start off with maybe no fee up to a certain number of units, and then add fees to incentivize the ability for people to build those units quicker. Something along those lines, but I think that there's enough ideas that are here that I think is a good start, and just continue on down the road talking to our partners to figure out where we can get additional funding, whether it be the state or the federal government, to maximize the value of every dollar that we have. So
thank you.
That's pretty much it.
Supervisor Euler.
Question, pardon me, on slide 11, where you had all your check marks and red X's and asterisks and all that fun stuff. I noticed we are the only jurisdiction that does not have process streamlines. What does that mean? How do those look in the other jurisdictions? What kinds of things could we be doing to replicate what's being done elsewhere? What is the industry telling us in terms of the desirability of those steps, all that good stuff?
Well, I think we don't have an answer on that right now. I mean, perhaps I could turn to my CEDRA staff folks to see if there's anything that they could provide that would give you a better response on what could those streamlines be. I think that we would be looking at the other jurisdictions to see what sorts of things they're doing, looking at other best practices outside of our region to see what we could implement. I mean, we have, bits and pieces of things where we allow somebody to basically is cost savings, not time or process savings. A couple of things I did reference the prototype plans, and going to the top of the list were some of the ideas that we have heard. I don't know if there's anything else that Crystal, do you have a more detailed response on that? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Crystal Jacobson with Placer County Planning Services Division. I would just point out that we have some streamlining programs identified in our housing element that we would, could bring forward for implementation, largely centered around cost savings. But certainly the prototype plans that Jennifer had mentioned, that's definitely something that could help streamline secondary units. So there are some programs that have been already identified in the housing element that could be or should be implemented.
Okay. And I'd be curious to know if we are open to the idea. We know that when a project comes forward to the board or to the Planning Commission and then subsequently the board, it has a significant amount of weight if we have a staff recommendation in support. And staff looks at varying circumstances and things, and especially if somebody's asking for a change in land use or something along those lines. And I'm thinking of two more recent projects in the Granite Bay area. One was taking a commercial corner of Eureka and Sierra College Boulevard and made it essentially higher density residential, got rid of the commercial zoning. Steve Patterson's property that came through that has the attached housing product on it. Mm-hmm. And there's an example where arguably you're doing away with the need for some workforce housing because you're reducing the overall commercial built environment, and you're providing stuff that is a lower market rate, certainly than what you see in other parts of Granite Bay. Likewise, the park project, where you previously had 1 acre units, which if built as 1 acre units are certainly not going to be in the affordable range, and then came in with 3.5, roughly 3.2 units to the acre, certainly providing for more affordability, if you were. I think that as projects are being evaluated and staff is looking at providing recommendation to Planning Commission for those things, starting to be sensitive to these needs of this project will help the county move toward a greater variety in this area of housing, and therefore help meet some of the housing affordability needs that we have. And just starting to view it in that, through that prism, as opposed to what we seem to get, and that is, gee, it's a change, and we're really scared of changes, and so we don't really...
Right. And that brings to mind another item that Jennifer had gone over, which was allowing certain projects, affordable housing projects, or perhaps a different housing type of a project, to be allowed by right. And so I think when Jennifer had hit on that slide, she wasn't necessarily speaking specifically to secondary dwelling units, but more about projects like larger affordable housing projects. And so we could certainly look at the code to see if there's an opportunity to make some amendments to allow those projects by right, and that would certainly help to streamline. And I'm not...
I don't know that I'm saying necessarily by right in these instances, because you are talking about a rezone and general plan amendment in the case of the park. And so that's a tougher one. It's just more of a, what are the overall project attributes? How does this actually help? While some people see an increase in zoning and say that's a detriment, well, as staff identified in that instance, it was on a major arterial, had access to utilities, surrounded by similar densities, all the rest. Here's one more reason why staff views this as a good change, because rather than 17 homes at this price, we're looking at 52 homes at this price.
Mm-hmm. So I think one idea could be with our staff reports, when we're making changes like that, or even in a project that is coming forward where it's zoned for something like that, there could be something we include, just like we include specific things in every staff report. There is information about this project provides access to transportation. It is improving affordability because of the density or size of the lot that may not meet specific affordable criteria that are,
Right.
from the very low to the even
Right.
20% of median. But I think we could provide some level of discussing how we're changing that spectrum. So it's not going to be a $1.5 million home in Granite Bay. It's going to be something that maybe a firefighter or a county employee could afford, or something like that. I think we could even, if we added something like that to our staff reports, perhaps that would help facilitate that discussion and awareness.
And then while I'm on that line, there was a report that was done, I want to say, and maybe Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say it was even Jerry Brown was talking about the barriers to affordability, and they identified CEQA, they identified some things like that. And so rolling in as you get to your advocacy, clearly CEQA reform, but looking at, just going to the people who provide the inventory and say, what are the barriers that you guys run into? We're hoping, Robert and I are hoping, that we've addressed a key one through the PCCP, and that is the time and the uncertainty associated with the permitting process, and hopefully we provide some certainty around both time and cost for mitigation. But that's great, but what else? What else is there that is one of those artificial cost drivers? Because there's a reason why, and we don't know yet, there's a reason why you can provide new built product in other states for roughly a third the cost per square foot of what we're building for in California. Now, obviously the land cost is a significant driver, but it escalates from there. And so what are those differences that perhaps we can make, and if not for the entire housing environment, at least for those things that are focused on affordable projects?
Yeah, and I think on the CEQA reform piece, I can't say that I have the legislative platform memorized inside and out, but perhaps if we beefed up or added a bullet point to the housing section to refer to that specifically, and I'll say the by right concept for properties that are already zoned that way. It's not like a rezone and then it's by right, although certainly that could happen sequentially, kind of gets to that CEQA reform issue.
Mm-hmm.
But there are certainly challenges, I think, from both sides of the spectrum on that, either not enough analysis or too much freedom for people to put something in your neighborhood that you might not like.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments from any other board member? Okay, I don't see any. Jennifer, there's a couple of things that I just wanted to touch on, and I may be jumping ahead to your next slide, so I'm sorry.
going to let you do that.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I really want us to think about in a quicker time frame is the tiny housing piece as it relates really to co-housing. It doesn't necessarily need to be tiny houses, but they are eminently suitable to co-housing developments, which we've never really allowed as a county. So in addition to the tiny house piece, we need to think about co-housing, which is multiple individual properties on a shared property that then have shared facilities as well. It's not an apartment building. No, they're usually rentals. They can be for sale, but they are literally individual small homes, dwellings, however you want to define that, on a shared parcel with shared amenities. not a traditional condo, not stacked construction, but I guess what I'm really getting at is we need to start thinking out of the box and start thinking beyond the traditional single-family home and apartments/condos in a, highly dense construction. We need to really think about all possible avenues for home construction, because as you and I have talked about, while we're talking about affordable housing, what we're really talking about is achievable housing. Because again, going back to the numbers that you had up on the screen, someone who's making good money can't afford to buy a house in Placer County. And we need to figure out how people who are not in that very low and low range can buy homes here, but also make sure that the folks in the very low and the low can buy them as well. And so that means we need to kind of blow up our preconceptions about what development is and what a home is. It's going to be very different for an individual. Another thought that I really did want to touch on is when we get these large-scale developments that come in that do have obligations for housing, I just think we would all save ourselves the biggest amount of brain damage if we could get those developments as part of their CEQA document to analyze the construction of the homes, whether their requirement, whether it's on the property or on a separate piece of property. What we've done in the past is developments have come in, they've done their CEQA analysis, and then it's sort of devolved to the county to do the second piece. And so it's a whole second CEQA study, it's a whole second set of community meetings, it's a whole second set of brain damage. Whereas if we could just do that all in one piece, whether it's on-site or a different identified parcel, that would just simplify the whole process. I think we've all been to enough community meetings that if we can reduce the number of community meetings we have on what is really the same project, I think we'd be miles ahead. On the by right, you and I have talked about this as well. I'm a huge fan of this idea of by right, understanding that it is, at least the state proposal is restricted to properties that are already appropriately and currently zoned for multifamily that could have that kind of low-income housing put onto it. The county would have to say, yes, that is what we envisioned in our zoning. The county would still have what I'm going to call design review or aesthetic review. But again, would save us all, I think, quite a great deal of brain damage in this process. I think I'll wait on other comments because it sounds like you wanted to go through specifically, unless you didn't want to go through specifically.
Do you mean
the slides? Did you want to go through the slides
yes,
individually?
we can do that. I was just taking your feedback as it was coming, so.
Okay.
We don't have to do that, but I will be.
Okay,
prepared.
did the board want to go through the slides sort of one by one, or do you feel that you've covered what you needed to cover? I will do that, but I just, did anyone want to address the slides individually?
No.
Okay, great. Then I will, Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Chair Montgomery. I agree with your issue about the affordable housing by right. I think that's something that we should definitely look into. And the idea of the tiny house co-housing type situation, if you go up to Acres of Hope, that's exactly what they have up there. And I have, my daughter lives in Sacramento in an older home, which there's 4 different people renting. I mean, they're sharing a bedroom, and then they have a common area. So I think that would be something that that should be looked at. And if there's any way we can incentivize people that rent their homes in order to provide a common area, that's probably happening already, but maybe something that would give them more ability or desire to do that type of issue. And then there's so many different options here that are very good that we need to work on probably all of them in some form or another. But for the immediate, we have this property out at the Placer County Government Center that we should probably try to move forward as quickly as possible to allow some housing out there, which is very much needed for the workforce that lives in that area. So those are my comments.
Okay, at this time I will open it up to the public for any comments. I'm sorry, Jennifer, were you ready for the public?
I'm ready for whatever you want to do.
Okay, let's.
I just don't want us to lose sight of the action that I'll be asking for afterwards.
Understood. We'll be taking action on the action after public comment. All right. Action on the action. Ooh, it's a race.
It's a race. We're coming up together.
Okay.
We promise not to sing together. I'm Larry Welch. I'm the chair of the Placer Community Foundation. I'm also the former site manager at Hewlett Packard in Roseville and VP of Global Procurement when I retired.
Oh, I'm Veronica Blake, CEO at Placer Community Foundation.
We'll keep this extremely short. Short.
Thank
We
you.
really want to thank you for the support that you're showing for affordable housing in the community, and thank Jennifer for all the work that she's done and the work that her team has done. 3 specific ideas that maybe just are more general ideas, long-term ideas. We support all of the ideas that she had. We really think they're great. The conversation is going to continue. As a matter of fact, I had to laugh when you talked about the Placer Vineyards. In my job in 1995 at Hewlett Packard, we were talking about Placer Vineyards. So housing's obviously easy, and this should be easy as well. But 3 ideas. One is we need a longer-term goal. I love the concentration on current solutions and getting something done now, but we need leadership, and we need to set some longer-term goals aligned with the housing element. We don't have that now. We have a housing element, but it really is defining needs. It's not defining long-term goals, so we hope for that. We'd also hope for really clarity and sponsorship for leadership and staff. The work that Jennifer did is great. We hope she continues to get supported. We need a champion. We need creativity. We need strong leadership. It encouraged me to hear that people were working across the organizations and bringing together this team. But I also think, boy, it would be great if there was somebody who was really in charge of this and driving this for the county on behalf of the people who are looking for housing and on behalf of constituents and sponsors in the community. And then lastly, I want to encourage those partnerships. We've really built some good partnerships over the last year or so talking about this. There are ones that we need to enrich and enhance, and as Jennifer pointed out, there's some new ones we need to build. That's about it for me.
Great. And I just add everything Larry said, plus recognition that the needs are different on both the eastern and the western side.
Oh, yeah.
And they require, I mean, some of them are the same, but some of them require different solutions. As Jennifer pointed out, the staffing shortages with redevelopment going away, obviously we could get beefed up in that area again and have some staff that we could work with. That would be terrific. We agree with all of the above. We talked about the McKinsey report. Jennifer shared that with you. We actually got their permission to update their solutions page when you ask us for a solutions page. And then we did a bunch of stakeholder interviews, and we took the ones out of the McKinsey report that were relevant to what was happening in Placer County, and we added a few more that we heard from the community that need your consideration, and those are being provided to you today. And then I guess I'd also add, there's a billion things that need to be done. It would be excellent if your board could prioritize the solutions based upon which ones might have the greatest impact. And
you're good.
That's
a
it.
Little more time.
That's
There
it.
were 2 of you.
That's good. I'll just leave it at that. We've been here a
You've
long
heard
time.
enough today.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments or questions on this here in Auburn? And please come forward. And then once we've finished in Auburn, I will move to those very patient folks in Tahoe City.
Thank you. I'm Sue Thompson. I'm a realtor in Auburn, and I own Hometown Realtors. And I was listening to what all of you had to say, and Kirk, I really liked your different prism viewpoint. And Jennifer, I love that whole thinking outside of the box, because we really have to do that. And then, of course, the DeWitt site. But, you know, I think that what I wanted to say is that people are doing business differently than they've ever done it. You know, when I go home tonight, I'm going to have shoes and a shirt on my porch. So we're not using the bricks and the mortar that we used to, you know, for commercial purposes. And I think that rezoning or considering mixed-use zoning in our office buildings and our commercial buildings, would be a really good start I have a client that has 4 units in Meadow Vista office, been vacant for 2 years, and they're brand new. And I thought, wow, well, perfect apartments, a perfect whatever. And I just think that something like that should be considered in your plan. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to chime in on that and say I agree. I grew up in Redwood City and Palo Alto, and in our downtowns and even in some of our neighborhood communities where we had commercial and retail on the ground floor, there were always people living over them. And I would suggest that it would be wise of us as a community to go back to that older model of development. It really creates communities. Please come forward. Who was next? Stacy, welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board and Madam Chairman. Stacy Caldwell, CEO of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. And I know you have action ahead of you, and I don't want to jump the gun on that, but what I do want to do is take a moment to thank you for the seed funding that was available to come to the table with the multi-jurisdiction approach to the affordable housing regional needs assessment for the Tahoe Truckee region. It has been the gift that keeps on giving to our region. It's given us solid ground as far as what our baseline looks like and our needs. It's also given us the kind of collaboration that we're going to need for the long run on addressing this issue across the region, which we see as an ecosystem. Just because we have 17 special districts and 3 different counties and a town all involved in this, we all are interrelated and yet unique to your area of the county. And so the regional collaboration has been significant. And then that led us to a lot of community momentum and where we stand today. So we are 6 months from when I brought the study to you in October. I can't believe 9 months since we released it. And I'm really pleased to say we have a deep bench of partners in the community who want to see the council concept move forward, and all related to the things that you're talking about today, the things that we think we can be supportive and give you lift in the areas of the housing element that Jennifer Merchant has recognized today, from the regional collaborations to thinking outside of the box to the advocacy piece that you challenged us with when we came to you this last time and said, you know, we could be effective if we're advocating together at the state and the federal level. And so there's a lot of ways that we can benefit each other as a regional collaboration, and then I hope be able to be partners with our kind of sister communities in other aspects of the county. So I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you. Also thank Crystal and Paul and Jennifer, who've all been instrumental helping with the study and then just kind of keeping this conversation alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other comment here in Auburn? Okay, seeing none, I will open it up to Tahoe City. If there's anyone in Tahoe City who would like to comment on this, please come forward, identify yourself, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Montgomery, members of the board. My name is Pat Davison. I'm with the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe. Thanks for this opportunity to provide some comments on your housing strategy. I have 7 points on the strategies, but first want to thank Jennifer Merchant for the great job on the report. So let's jump into the strategies. We do support the listed incentives. Wanted to add one, which would be increased density. The second comment is to support reallocation of TOT revenues, not increase them, but to reallocate them. The third, this is a curious item for me, is the in lieu fee program and continuing that analysis. We're all for standardizing or having a predictable requirement, so seeing what that in lieu fee might look like is an interesting topic for us. The next is supporting the identification of county or government land for housing. The fifth is to not support broadening the inclusionary housing mandates because it places the burden on one group, new development. It's not a stable or reliable source of housing, as we saw through the recession. And if you were inclined to move forward with broadening those mandates, we would encourage you to undertake an economic analysis of the impacts. What's the feasibility of those mandates, and where does it cause a project to fail. We also do not support an impact fee on new single-family residential because it increases the cost of new housing. And our last comment on strategies, we support community-wide funding solutions because this is a community-wide problem. Even if no new development were to occur, we would still have a housing shortage. We need land and money. Those are two critical topics where we hope to see community and county focus to remedy our shortage. And last, just to close with a strong urging and support for your funding for the Regional Housing Council that has been proposed and in front of you today. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions from my board for Pat? I see none. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, I'm Teresa Mae Duggan, beautiful Tahoe Vista. I come from this whole thing as a owner of workforce housing. I've owned, my husband and I have owned workforce housing in Kings Beach for over 30 years. Our 4 cottages have a long history of sheltering Tahoe's workforce. They were built in the late 1950s for the Olympics, not for the visitors to the games. They were built for the workers who were hired to build the venues. Later, they were part of a beachfront resort, Parsons Lodge, currently the log cabin. Now, more than 60 years later, it's time to replace them. Property owners like my husband and me have choices to make. We spent way too much time under the buildings, working on messy plumbing, unfreezing pipes. But, you know, we painted, we insulated, replaced the carpets and tiles, and we put just about enough lipstick on those pigs, all that we can. We've had literally hundreds of tenants over the decades we've owned them. Many of you might even have known some of the people who've lived there. For years, I used 2 cottages as my workplace, one as a kitchen, the other as an office. It was pretty nice having employees nearby. When I bought 2 more that housed them, we had to do dishes until midnight, had to get up the next morning and pack the car to serve brunch at the golf club. But it worked, and it was enormously satisfying. Later, when I was no longer doing special events, we turned the kitchen and office into housing. We rented to good people who live and work in our community. Some were good tenants, you know who you are. Some were nightmares, but we kept the cottages tidy and as warm, dry, and dignified as we could. During the Great Recession, we lowered the rents for some of our tenants to help them get through the tough times. We know what it's like to live in a resort area dependent on visitors. We know all too well. We've been there, we've done that. But we're ready to change, and we have some tough decisions to make. Do we sell our cottages to the highest bidder who will tear them down and put up 2 McMansions? That's easy. We call a realtor, we list it, we sell it, we're done. Easy. But I have a dream. I have a dream for that lot, that maybe 5 tiny houses could be put on that parcel, and in the future we can still have real people, our neighbors, working in the workforce, who have brand new housing on the best street in Kings Beach. So that sounds doable, right? Well, I've been part of enough local initiatives to know that it's going to be another long process. Does it really have to? Does it really take jumping through flaming hoops to replace the small houses with new small houses? Are there incentives to keep that property in small houses? I'm ever optimistic, but I'm a realist, and we need to start looking at new tools to help the small redeveloper do the right thing for the community. We need to change existing ordinances and zoning to encourage the small redevelopers. We need to consider tiered impact fees for smaller projects. Right now, my 350 square feet cottages, 1 bathroom, 1 sink, 1 toilet, are billed, and I pay the same fees for sewer, water, and fire protection as the 4,000 square foot, 4-bedroom, 4-bathroom lakefront house across the street. On my property tax bill, 5 of the 17 assessments are flat rate direct charges. That means all property owners pay the same amount. So on top of my property taxes, which I'm happy to pay, I pay $1,500 a year in assessments, almost half of my property tax bill. Of that 1,500, 1,165 are flat rates. The remaining 334 a year is proportional, based on the assessed value. No problem, that's fair. For example, I'm paying $750 a year for special fire taxes and fire suppression and the state mandated fee for the 4 cottages, which on a big day total about 1,200 square feet. So believe me, Placer County has tiny houses already. I own them. So that means I'm paying about 62 cents per square foot. Across the street, that 4,000 square foot house, that's paying about 18 cents a square foot. That's ridiculous. What part of that is fair? I doubt very much that the fire guys can save my 350 square foot cottages. Honestly, they'll burn in minutes. The big house across the street, plenty of time to save that one. So let's think about tiered MPEC fees. We need to consider reducing permit fees for small projects. Consider fees based on square footage instead of a flat fee to hook up to sewer and water, for example. Why would I consider putting restrictions on my property to remain in workforce housing? I want an incentive. I want a benefit.
And Teresa, can you wrap up, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
One more paragraph.
Okay.
We must establish strong policies to support infill redevelopment to remove obstacles to the implementation of good ideas. We need to review our antiquated parking requirements, adopt flexible codes, provide clear direction and consistent checklists on what's required in redeveloping. Consider pre-approvals for some manufactured or prefab home to expedite the process. If a manufactured home is approved on one site, do we really need to jump through the hoops for the next site? I think not. We could look at tax abatement programs for infill locations, consider land banking, and the secondary dwelling unit, of course. Thanks for doing that. So the tools are available. Let's start implementing them. You guys have a great start here, but let's go. Thanks.
Thank you. That was a very long paragraph, but thank you. And if I could ask you to make sure that you get a copy of those comments to Lindsay so that she can get them to Jennifer Merchant, that would be fantastic. Thank you, Teresa. So anyone else in Tahoe City who wanted to comment on this item? Anyone else here in Auburn who wanted to comment on this item before I bring it back to the board? Jennifer, one thing that I think Pat raised, sorry, long presentation there from Teresa, sorry T, was the TOT. And I think there are some real opportunities with the host compliance process that we're going through now that is clearly going to generate what I would characterize as unanticipated TOT. That may well be, as you suggested, redirected to infrastructure in the form of housing. And so I really think that's something we should really think very seriously about and follow up on.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board? All right, seeing none, we are going to move to our action. Oh, I'm sorry.
Some wrap-up comments.
Please,
yeah.
yes.
So just, first of all, Jennifer, thanks. Appreciate all the work you've done. And just for my personal comments, I think we're off to a great start because of this great work. I personally want to do more. I think we're kind of long past overdue, actually, for doing what we're doing right now. But I like the idea. There's nothing on the list that I find objectionable, and so I think the broader approach that we take, the better off we're going to be. I like the idea, particularly of partnerships, and I would like us to keep an eye on the fact that if we're going to combine some of this with advocacy, one of the greatest tools, obviously, that was taken away from us was the confiscation of redevelopment agencies by the state of California. And so having been here for a while, every time that the economy has a downturn in the state of California, they have also taken something from local government to resolve their budgetary issues. So I think we want to keep an eye on that so we don't lose a position that connects to affordable housing locally as the state tries to deal with the issues as they continually have during down cycles. In terms of the planning side, I've always been a fan of having our affordable housing in new projects be diffused throughout the community as a general rule, but keeping in mind that I think there are places where that's not appropriate. But as an example, specifically, one of the reasons why I voted for Bickford in the first place and against it most recently was that it removed, in terms of several things, but one of those was its affordable housing requirement. And I don't see any reason why that community could not have housed a component of that. There are examples where it doesn't fit, but that's not one, so just so you know from my perspective. And then at the end of the day, for me, what I'm hoping for is this to be sort of like a business plan with a financial element. That as we go through this, if I was doing this work just myself, I would be really trying to measure the different options that you have here, which are many, against the biggest bang for the buck. So, you know, if we're going to try to be fair, for example, to the development community by diffusing some of these costs, I don't want to put all the burden in any particular place. I like Kirk's idea of trying to work in our development process with future sales fee. So at the end, I'd like us to actually have sort of a business plan with performance goals, but with funding that follows all of that, so that we can have an expectation as to where we're headed that is more specific. Those are my comments.
Okay. Supervisor Euler.
You know, we're not the first community to be having this conversation. This is taking place, you know, across the nation. And I would be very curious to see other projects in other jurisdictions that have made good strides to help meet the need, have our staff evaluate those projects based, and put up against our current regulations, be they height regulations, overall densities that we allow in the unincorporated areas. We define high density versus our incorporated jurisdictions, and just reviewing it from that standpoint, say, okay, here are the barriers to affordability that we have built into our system that we need to figure out how to either modify or remove altogether, or have a category that says, if you're going to build this kind of thing, these don't apply to you. And the first one that comes to mind, especially in California, is the fact that we do have pretty severe height restrictions throughout most of the unincorporated area. Now, of course, some of that is tied to fire service and our ability to serve above certain numbers of floors and all the rest. But when land is expensive, you go up instead of out. And we don't really provide for that opportunity. And as we start to look at some of these larger communities coming online in the West Placer area and all the rest, especially, I think that's where it's really important for us to be looking at what are the tools that have been used elsewhere where we just currently have impediments to that, and how can we embrace success in other places.
Okay. It looks like those are all the comments from the board. We're now going to move to 9A3. Did you want to present that, Jennifer?
Sure, and I think I'll just stay over here since I'm here already. So the council, as you know and have heard last October, was recommended in the Regional Housing Needs Assessment as a means to convene and engage stakeholders. Much of what has been talked about today are things that we should be looking at to implement an action plan, to organize everybody, and to plan for housing regionally. It is supported also by our housing element, C5, which does state that the county shall continue to meet with stakeholders in surrounding jurisdictions to discuss workforce housing issues and develop cooperative strategies. So it's recommended in the housing needs assessment. I believe it is significant or is consistent with our housing element policy. So the recommendation is to move forward to participate. Specifically, we're requesting that your board authorize the county executive officer to execute a contract with the Community Foundation for $50,000 per year for 3 years. Also, it would authorize participation in the council and appoint the District 5 supervisor as well as one alternate. So that is the recommendation before you. I can provide more detail about what the council has proposed to do, but I know the hour is getting long, so unless you have any specific questions. I do want to point out that the Nevada County has already agreed to participate. The town of Truckee has agreed to participate, as well as TRPA, the school district, airport district, Vail Resorts. In fact, the town of Truckee's participation is contingent upon our participation. So thought I'd throw that out there.
Any questions or comments from any member of the board?
Move approval of the resolution.
Let me ask if there's any public comment. Any public comment on this? Here or in Tahoe City? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Jerry? Do we need to define the alternate today?
We left that in the, thank you for asking, in the resolution, we left that for the county executive officer to appoint the alternate. If you guys want to do that right now, we can, but we are leaving that
Hey,
open.
Jack's not here. Yeah, quick. Good call, Supervisor Holmes.
A lot of the jurisdictions are appointing staff as an alternate to make sure that you can have someone there, but you certainly can appoint an elected official. That's perfectly fine.
In fact, Jennifer would probably prefer that.
I'm happy to pull board members on that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Let the record reflect that Supervisor Duran was absent. All right. Jerry, take us away.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss two items of existing litigation, AT versus Dry Creek Elementary School and a workers' compensation case. The board will also discuss one matter of anticipated litigation for the initiation of litigation. In closed session, the board will also have a conference with its labor negotiators regarding the employee organization PPEO.
Thank you. Well done. It's like you've done that before.
board has returned from closed session. In a conference with legal counsel, the board heard a report on AT versus Dry Creek Elementary School District and authorized the defense and indemnity of the county employees and former county employees named and served. The board also waived the conflict to allow county counsel's office to represent the employees and the county in that action. In the workers' compensation matter, the board heard a report and gave direction to counsel. In the matter of anticipated litigation, the board heard a report and authorized the filing of an unlawful detainer action for a property owned by the county in Kings Beach and leased. And finally, in the conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report on the status of the labor negotiations and gave direction to its labor negotiation team. That concludes the closed session report.
And that concludes the business of the Board of Supervisors on this date, whatever it is.